listening to the MycoGeeky Podcast.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the MycoGeeky Podcast, the podcast that goes deep so you can level up your at-home mycology, mushroom hunting, mushroom foraging, mushroom tinkering around game. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter. If it involves fungi, particularly mushrooms, this is probably going to be for you. I'm your host, MycoGeeky, and tonight I'm trying to figure out why my headphones are not. Hold on, here we go. All right. Sorry, we're live and I'm rusty with the lives, and I just got back from NAMA. If you haven't heard, got in about 2 a.m. last night after a really long car ride. Southern Ohio, it's a little boring, guys. Anyway, I took a bunch of gear, so I had to reassemble the studio and be a dad and, you know, do a bunch of other stuff. So anyway, here we are. So yeah, I took a trip. Man, I'm going to tell you right now, guys, I've been married, I don't know, almost 15 years. And I don't think I've ever gone on a trip by myself since I got married. So it felt weird. I'm like, I like this. I get to hang around people who are just talking about mushrooms all day. They can't stop talking about mushrooms. I mean, there were a couple times where I'm like, oh my God. Can I hang here? These guys really like mushrooms. Oh, wait a minute, Geeky. You like mushrooms too. It's okay. Anyway. So yeah, you know, we went here. Appalachian NAMA 2023, Hendersonville, North Carolina. My sister lives down that way, though I've never been to Cayuga or anywhere like that. Haven't really hung out in the Appalachian Mountains, and it was kind of cool. Had a lot of interesting people down there. I think well over 400 people showed up. So you know what have we had? I think at our max we've had maybe close to 400, at least 300. I know we had 300 people live at one point in time. So this is more than that. This was 400 people, and you know you're there, so you get to talk and interact, and you know find out who found what, and you know what's rare and what's common, and all that good stuff. So anyway, it was a lot of fun. We're going to talk about it tonight. That video, you know, give you a little taste. You know, when I met Ed that was my first real mycologist, right? Who I knew. Really, he probably still is the only one I can say I actually know well. And going down to NAMA, there's a bunch of them. There were quite a few professors, you know, mycology professors, botany professors, who are quite enamored by fungus. Anyway, so a lot of experts, a lot of PhDs, a lot of, you know, adjacent PhDs, a lot of doctors where this is their hobby, you name it. Really smart people who've loved mushrooms for a really long time. And of course, let me just paint a picture. If you guys are not already affiliated with one of your local mushroom clubs, there are some hardcore people. Like, you know, you see a mushroom, you got to consult a book. You're trying to do dichotomous keys, and you know it takes you hours, right? And then there are people you'll meet at these events, and they'll just look at it. They'll do instantly have like a test they're going to do. They'll scratch the gills as latex come out, milky caps. You know, what does the margin feel like? Is it cottony? Is it firm? And they do like 2 or 3 little diagnostic tests, and then they know what it is. Bam, out of, you know, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000 mushrooms. They name in genus and species. It's crazy. It's definitely humbling to be around those people. And so I thought, what better person to bring on tonight to kind of talk about what I did down there, what I saw, what I experienced than somebody, the only mycologist I know, Ed Grand, PhD. So let's pull him on here. All right.
Hello.
What's up, man?
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm tired, not going to lie. I'm also like, I got a little obsessed. Started doing the iNat observations. Down there, was really into that. I didn't go on every foray I could, because I'm getting a hang of it, right? Like you gotta, next year I'm gonna be ready. And I'll probably do a show about it because I'm hoping that I can get a bunch of my viewers here to come down and hang out with me and do some foraging. It's going to be in Washington State, end of October. So a good season, right? Like should be damp, should be moist, should be not like it was down in North Carolina this weekend. It was stifling. It was 90. It apparently hadn't rained for any substantial amount of time in a long time. And so I roll in and I immediately start hearing murmurings of this guy didn't show up. Oh, did you hear this guy didn't show up? Of course, all people, I don't know who they are because I'm brand new to NAMA. And then I start hearing like there are people who are tracking precipitation maps, almost like the tornado hunters that like follow weather, right? So they did their assessment, and their assessment was that NAMA was going to be a bust this year, and they didn't show up, and they're like off somewhere else. And my first thought is, wow, so there are other Alan Rockefellers in the world? Like there are other people that are like totally, completely chasing the weather or the rare mushroom find they're hoping to get. Like he's one of many people doing this. So that was interesting. But I tell you what, I think they're not done, but I think they're on track to break the record for the most species from a foray. I think right now on iNat it's about 450. Here, I actually pulled it up.
Yeah, sometimes when it's dry, it pushes people to go look in the weirder places.
True.
So you might, instead of just walking through the woods or down a trail, you end up like looking under some rocks by a creek bed or something like that, or just like weird ripping open logs and finding
you
things
get more desperate. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you end up with a lot of the weird little 𝐥𝐸𝐬𝐿 and some slime molds that nobody would have. It wouldn't been your table's like, a tenth of the size it would be, but all of the finds are really, really cool because it would be things that you wouldn't normally. Oh, Lactarius volimus, like you find that every time you go out. But then you see some weird mixo or some little tiny 𝐥𝐸𝐬𝐿. There's always some guy who knows all the 𝐥𝐸𝐬𝐿s. They got some weird European monograph about the 𝐜𝐸𝐴𝐿𝐿s or whatever. Like,
Speaking of that, man, so they had a silent auction. They had this little room where they were doing a silent auction. So I go in there, and the first thing I notice is Alan Bassett's name on a bunch of the books. So I'm sitting there going, he's only bidding $5, shit, I'm gonna get that book off him. So Geeky's over here thinking he's gonna get a bunch of these like old rare monograph books, and some of them they actually like would have little stickers that would say what famous mycologist collection it had come from. And anyway, then on Saturday night when it was about to end, I walk in that room and like every book's $100 to $300, and I'm like, okay, I'm out. I can't. That's too rich for my blood.
That's when I started looking for those PDF files. Some of the old like Lactarius books and all these weird things that you can't get them anymore. And the ones you do get are falling apart. They're just like, you don't even want to take them out in the field. You just like they sit by the microscope at home and you open them with the tweezers.
Now, I thought about you because they had an Identifying Mushrooms to Genus, one of those books. They had the modern genre. Is it genera or genre? I think I heard it pronounced a couple ways, and I'm still confused. Genera.
I say genera. I've heard a lot of people saying genre, but isn't genre like a music genre?
Right.
I think they're getting the
genera
term genera. Yeah, that's
genera.
The way I've always heard it said. But I hear people saying genera or genre, and it turns into genre.
It's like when I say
genera.
what do I say for I said meiosis.
Oh, meiosis.
If you ever want to get Ed mad, just say meiosis, guys.
According to like the 3 websites I checked, it's meiosis.
It is meiosis, yeah. I also, I have to just make sure. Yes, meiosis.
Yeah, a lot of people confuse that.
It's that damn E, dude. Just hooked on phonics work for me. So
I still don't know how I say agar. Every time I say it in my head, I hear it about 3 different ways. Like
every time I
agar,
went, yeah.
agar, It's like, how do I say
Yeah.
it? I don't know how I say it.
Yeah. Every time I watch a Gary Hefferly video now, I think he says auger. Auger? I forget what he says. Anyway, he says it the way.
No, auger, because he says it the way
auger.
I used to. Auger, like
auger.
like for ice fishing.
That's why I don't want to. We're like a auger for drilling a hole, right? That's why I don't.
Yeah.
I use agar now, just because nothing else is agar. So in my head, that makes sense.
Agar, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna make a push this year. Agar is going to be, last year it was 𝐥𝐻𝐤𝐤. This year it's agar, guys.
Oh, I think we got to go after leucistic and leucistic too.
Yes, we'll go after those. We'll get there. We'll
Nikki
correct
asked
all that
about
stuff.
it one time, and I've heard it pronounced, I'm going to say the wrong way many times by many people, but
yeah.
I'm just saying leukemia.
Speaking of that, speaking of you catching my typos all the time, these myco people, boy, they never got the Latin genus and species wrong ever in any slide. But you want to know how often they misspelled people's names? All the time.
Yes.
I'm like, now I know where your priorities are, guys.
And they don't know the people they've seen every year for the last 15 years.
Some
they
of
can
them
barely remember their name. Like, is that Bob? But they're not. Hypoglossium tricholonoides or whatever.
Right. Yes. Yes.
16-syllable Latin names. They got that like off the tip of their tongue, but they can't remember the dude they've seen every year.
Right. No, I mean, some of them are legendary. I'm like, I'm looking at some of the books that were in the silent auction, just reading names, and I'm like, wait a minute, I think I sat next to that guy yesterday.
Yeah, you're like, what?
Yeah,
is that you?
Some heavy hitters there. And I mean, the thing that was really shocking to me is you could just walk up to any one of them and ask them a question, and they would. Now, so they wouldn't ever make you feel stupid. There were a few middle of the road people that, like, if you couldn't hang with their conversation, you weren't cool enough for them or whatever, that's fine. I get it. Everybody's, I'm like, I see that in our community as well, right? Like, everybody's, that's just the insecurity and whatnot. So I wasn't too upset about that.
Well, they're trying to gauge you too, They don't know who you are. So, like, they got to figure out who you are and why you're asking them this question.
The classic one I figured out, and if anybody was there, I want to hear in the comments if you guys had this experience too. I think a trick that they do to assess you is they find a mushroom and then they go, what do you think this is? They're just waiting to see whether you remotely can say anything intelligent at all. And so I purposely started saying like the dumbest things I could say. And yeah, they just, if I did that, they would just walk away.
Yeah. Or you can just say like something like, can I eat this? And then immediately.
Oh, well, no, that was okay. You could do that, but yeah. That's interesting. And sure, there, it's just like in our community, there are people that are definitely there to let you know what they know and all that kind of stuff. But overall, people are really nice. It skews a little bit older. It's not like, I'm 46. I was pretty young for being there. There were 80-year-olds for sure. But every one of those 80-year-olds knew a lot. A wealth of information, even the most casual, 60s, 70s, 80s. One of my cabin mates was a pediatrician and he'd been going for years. And I mean, that guy, exhaustive knowledge of taxonomy. I was quite impressed.
Oh yeah, you get to understand well, maybe when you're that old, like Alzheimer's isn't really a thing for mushrooms, just for the people around you.
Right.
You retain all the mycology information. You'll just be in the old folks home, rattling off
Right.
The author of this species from 1878. Oh yeah, but can't remember your son's name.
Oh well, so Arlene Bassett was the my chief mycologist, although she didn't want to be called chief mycologist. She wanted to be called, I think, host. Anyway, that's fine. She basically got her husband to do all the the chief mycologist work in the gym,
Yeah,
IDing everything and
the
whatnot,
cards.
all that
I,
stuff.
I used to do that. That's how I got into that was like Robert Schaefer, an old U of M
Oh,
guy. I was the card guy with the index
nice.
cards.
Yeah,
He knew I could figure out at least what genus it was, and he had a little like remember like a Rolodex kind of
right.
thing, and I would just sit there and give my approximate like, oh, that looks like Valimus, or that looks like
Yeah.
Piperatus, like and then yeah, that's how I really got into it
It was
big time.
fascinating to see how they shuffled it around, or they'd get, if they got a bunch of one, frequently getting the same mushroom. If it was a nice specimen, they'd bin it all in, a little
Yeah.
container,
Yeah.
and then if it was garbage, they just throw it out. I watched them throw one of mine out, and I was so sad. I was like,
Oh,
God
I
darn.
know, but
Yeah,
when you get that
yeah,
that 14th Ganoderma
right,
applanatum, it's like,
right,
oh yeah, another
yeah,
conch goes on the polypore table. You're like, yeah,
yeah,
it's gone.
yeah. I tell you
Somebody
what,
discreetly throws it away after you like walk away. They're like, yeah, we don't need that.
right now. So I will say this: Geeky showed up. I had, believe, 4 or 5. Um, I never got to confirm one of them, and then I couldn't. There was such a pile of them, I couldn't confirm whether mine was in there or not. But at least 4 made it to the final table, and I believe 2 of them. So they were going to send a collection off somewhere in Washington D.C. that was going to go into an herbarium to sort of, you know, memorialize the foray, in the herbarium or whatever.
Yeah,
So I think a couple of mine made it to that. So I felt like I played the game a little bit. That was fun. It was fun to,
Did,
they have yellow ID cards, and those were the ones that were going to the private collection. And then they had the like a bluish gray card. And I got a
oh,
couple in the yellow cards. I was excited.
did you fill out like a collector kind of thing, like
Yeah,
where
yeah,
you?
yeah. Yeah.
I wonder how detailed it gets now. Like, do you have to put like GPS coordinates or something like
So
that?
here's what's great about iNaturalist is if you're using your phone, it's already got the geo coordinates, assuming that you have some reception. If you don't have reception, it'll still approximate it. So basically wherever you lost reception. But the forays I did, I had coordinates within 20 feet.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's all in
incredible.
there. So when you pull up the photos, it not only already has the geo coordinates in there, it has the date and time you collected it, and then you can even use the AI, and it will, some mushrooms it can. I would say half the time it got me to genus and species, and it was right. And then half the time, like especially littler mushrooms or ones that are harder to get a good photo of,
Yeah.
or confusing angles, then it'd say something was an amanita, and it was like, yeah, dude, this is obviously not an amanita. But overall, it's a pretty good software. I got used to it. I enjoyed it. I figured Cannon taught me how to. Oh, one of the main things I learned at NAMA was that Kyle's last name is not Canaan, it's Cannon. So
All right.
I feel
Okay.
like that was a win for me. I did learn how to pronounce somebody's name.
Let's try to
Not a
remember.
lot of these mushrooms, but at least some people's names.
Well, the way a like 70-year-old Polish person pronounces like Amanita muscaria might be a little different than,
Right.
some Southern Ohio person.
That's true.
Or somebody on the West Coast, next year if it's gonna be on the West Coast, yeah, that'll be a whole. You'll get like the kind of more Spanish pronunciations. I notice that a
Right.
lot now, which is maybe closer to the Latin. So I've noticed
Yeah.
the way people like are pronouncing like species epithets, species names that it's like, wow, that sounds like like a Mexican version of what what I learned.
Yeah.
But
You're like
okay, I guess that.
Lentinus.
Yeah, Lentinos.
Yeah. Right. Sure.
Lentinus tigrinis. It's like
Right.
Lentinus tigrinus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
What are you
Russian
gonna
guy.
do? Like
Yeah,
you
it
said,
doesn't matter.
you just gotta spell it right. That's all that matters.
Yeah, as long as somebody knows what you're saying, it
Right.
doesn't really matter. But people will go on and on about that, and it's like, can we like move on to something? Like you knew what I said, right?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
it's funny how people fixate on that.
They do. So the first day we got there, we went to this place in a local state park that had like a little rock you could slide on. It had just water. The river had eroded
Oh
it, and
yeah.
so I got to go check that out and found a bunch of Found a bunch of mushrooms around there just because it was, always the mist of the water and everything kept
Yeah.
it
Oh
moist
yeah.
around there. Um, yeah, it was cool. We found about I think nine species doing that, and then came in. And so the first thing that happened is I go down with Kyle to the gym to bring some specimens down there, and there's already like 500 specimen containers.
Oh.
I mean, okay,
Yeah. Some.
maybe I'm over exaggerating. No, maybe 3 to 450. Let's just say that. And I'm like, man, I was early. I was the first guy in my cabin. There was a lot of people not showing up yet, but some of these people are just, they got an agenda, or they're locals and they want to hit. And I think what happened was they wanted to hit all the spots like early to get the juicy, sexy mushrooms. So yeah,
Yeah, they're like the tailgaters that are there at like 9 on Saturday
right. They're
morning.
ready to go.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
game's on like Sunday afternoon, and they're on
right.
Saturday morning.
Yeah,
Like let's make a whole week out of this.
oh yeah.
Yeah, that was
Um,
always fun. Get the glory too, all the glory that comes along with that, rare species of
Oh yeah, the Rare
mushroom.
Species Award. That was something. Yeah. One guy on one of my forays, he thought he found a baby russula peeking its head through some
Oh,
moss, and he ended up finding a truffle from
wow.
I guess a newly renamed genera. Sorry, I'll get there. Called 𝐥𝐤𝐤, and they had a truffle expert, some guy that's fifth year PhD student about to get his PhD in truffles of, I believe, North America, and he was pretty excited to find that thing. So that got a lot of traction, and yeah, there. But you
Yeah.
want to know the rarest stuff? It usually was the teeny tiny stuff. Somebody that picked up
Mm.
a leaf and looked at the stem of the leaf and saw like a little rust on it or something like that. And
Yeah,
so
for
yeah,
real. Like those things just popping out. You would normally just walk past those because your
right,
basket would be full of all these huge ones, and
right,
they're the eye-catching stuff. But when you get down under those leaves and you
yep,
start scraping a little bit, and yeah, the truffle things, the like hypogeas stuff, it's like nobody really digs around in the leaf duff and the dirt and stuff. Because
yeah,
it's, I mean, you got to be a little careful doing that too.
yeah.
It's a little bit destructive. But
Yeah,
if you can't find anything else,
right. So
like,
yeah, at that one, so I before the truffle guy gave his talk. By the way, the truffle guy, I should not just keep calling him the truffle guy. His name was Ben. I want to get this right.
oh, I think I met that guy a long
Ben
time ago.
Lemond. He's a younger guy.
Yes,
He's
he is.
a PhD candidate at University of Florida, at Dr. Matthew Smith's lab. But anyway, he's like hardcore truffle guy. And anyway, so we're at the before that I'm at William Padilla Brown's lecture on I'll get migratory mushroom foraging in North America, which was super cool. It didn't necessarily have an academic bent. It was more like, this is what I'm all about right now. This is like where I'm putting my tentacles out, my mycelium, rhizomorphs are going in these different directions. And he talked about some species that he was interested in that he's, thinks have medicinal value, stuff like that. Anyway, it was a very fun, educational presentation, but he kept saying like 2 or 3 times, I'm going to this truffle presentation. If you guys want to come follow me. So anyway, a lot of people followed him to the truffle presentation, and he asked Ben, Will asked Ben about raking, like raking for the truffles. You could
Yeah.
tell the truffle guy was like, get a truffle dog. Like you could tell he probably didn't spend a whole lot of time actually wandering around raking endlessly hoping to find truffles.
No, but a lot of the stuff he would be interested in wouldn't be the normal truffles, like the
Right.
tuber species. There's a lot of different truffle
Yeah.
genera now that are just, they're not like the things you would eat. they just random. Even the even lentinus that I
Hmm.
studied, there's like what is it, 𝐥𝐸𝐤, like the kind of, that New
Okay.
Zealand one, the subsequoides or whatever.
Okay.
They form like this half. It's like halfway sticking out of the ground, but it's like kind of a ball. And then sometimes the truffles, they're under the ground, but we don't really have in North America the tuber species that grow like in, at least if they're not if they haven't been purposely planted there.
Right.
I don't
He
think maybe.
he was talking about the pecan farmers seem to just
Yeah.
naturally get them, um,
Mm.
which I thought was interesting. He said he knew of one commercial farmer who actually tried to colonize the pecan saplings, to sort of make sure they were there. But he said that most commercial farms, they just end up being there.
Yeah, I think
Why? Who
now.
knows? I don't.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Do you want to grind up like thousands of dollars worth of truffles to inoculate your pecan
Right.
trees, or your what are those kind of, those little, some kind of other, they're like little acorns. I forgot what they're called. The little small
Oh,
hazelnuts, I think
right.
they
Yeah.
call them. Yeah, you've got the trees there, and so like it's a bonus if you get the truffles too, and maybe you do,
Right.
maybe you don't.
Yeah. Yeah. It was cool. It's cool to see a guy that was about to be done with a PhD and see kind of where he was at and what he was interested in. And yeah, he was a real nice guy. He made a particular effort to be available to people afterwards. And like, I think that evening I was eating dinner and I saw just people endlessly coming up to him, and he was nice and pleasant with them. So, overall, most of these guys were real cool, real nice. Had a
Yeah,
good time. Met a lot of cool people.
for
I
sure,
met
man.
somebody at your old neck of the woods, Dr. Brandon Matheny. He's a
Oh,
professor at the University of Tennessee in the Ecology and Evolutionary Biology department, and him and Alan got along real well just because they're real like phylogenetic tree, right? They're suckers for talking about rearranging this and that, and why
yeah.
isn't GenBank doing this, and yeah,
Montcalvo chain methods and
all that stuff. Yeah,
Boolean operators and
yeah,
Bayesian inference and all those kind of things. You're like, oh,
yes,
you guys
yes,
are still talking about mushrooms, or what are you talking about now?
right, right. Now he did a really cool presentation called. Uh, oh no, I'm sorry. So in the program, it was called Mushrooms of the Southern Appalachians, but he actually renamed it to Seldom Illustrated Mushrooms of the Appalachians. So it was these really rare, ones he only ever found once, or ones that are really not
Hmm.
talked about. That was very fascinating. That was fun. You
Like we
know,
were talking about the other day, now there's these invasive species. It's kind of funny now, like if you get a European truffle species growing in your pecan
right,
farm, that's kind of like an invasive species.
right,
Like the golden oysters, I see people posted on Facebook, "Oh, look at my golden ice oysters," and it's like, wow, yeah, that's an invasive species from Asia. Like
yeah,
I never found that ever like 30 years ago, and now it's
right,
like the most common oyster in Michigan. It's like, oh,
right. I mean, but who knows, right? Didn't I think Alan posted something about some Chinese mushroom that when he was in New Zealand he found at a like a Lowe's or a Home Depot or some
oh
version
yeah,
of that, and
it's like a
I
Deconica or
I
something
think
like
that's
that.
happening a lot.
Yeah, oh
I
yeah, a
mean,
lot.
in the Great Lakes, right? It happened with the mussels, right? Just took over,
Yeah, the
and
zebra mussels,
I
the
mean, in
catfish, the Asian carp, it's
yeah.
all over the world now. Just
Look,
like
well,
we
look at
take
all our
my,
like blights and our
oh
tree
yeah,
pathologies that are taking out trees are all from these worms or moths or some bug
yeah.
that came over on a ship from
Or the
somewhere else.
fungus that, like the Puccinia wheat rust. There's one
Right.
I know in Africa now that they're like terrified that it's going to jump over, and some little point
Mm,
mutation is going to jump over, and then it's going to be invasive, or I guess sort of like an introduced pathogen in
right.
America. Like if I came back to America from Thailand, they would like probably take my shoes away
Right.
If you
I
go
get
and
it
you
now,
have,
though, right? Do
yeah,
you remember? I remember when
uh-huh,
I would come back from Canada, all they really cared about was like, do you have any produce on you? And I
yeah,
could never
yeah.
figure out why, but I get it now.
Produce
Yeah.
and the bottom of your shoes. I had one immigration. I was coming back from the Dominican Republic, and a customs official cleaned my boots for me because I just didn't know I was. I mean,
Oh,
but he had a toothbrush and was like cleaning the cleats out of the bottom of my like hiking boots, and
yeah.
I felt weird, but it's like I didn't know, man. Like I was, that was the first time I had been in that area of the world, and I just didn't know. But they were terrified. They were just
Yeah.
like, no, like they were like, do you have any other things that are dirty? I was just like, yeah, I got like a whole suitcase. Do you want to wash that too?
Dude, that's great. You show up at customs, they wash all your clothes,
I know.
they
I
clean your
was like,
boots. That's
oh,
perfect.
it's like, man, like a diplomat or something
But those
here.
people
Thank
are
you.
doing God's work because, dear God, I mean,
Yeah,
I in the Great Lakes, what the zebra mussels
I
did
know.
is outrageous. But this is like back in, I think I wrote a paper in 1994, and it was about globalism being like a big public bromide, and the idea being that it's the sexy idea, right? Globalism is so economically sexy, but man, there's a whole nother level of, if you start putting in the ecology into it, and the interconnectedness of major global systems and infrastructures and logistics, that man, one, right, the Ukraine was fucking shit up, Canada was screwing stuff up, right? Like, the more global we get, the more everybody else's screw ups can affect so many more people. And that's not even
This-
counting the insects and the bugs and the fungus and I mean,
The viruses that they
viruses.
carry. Yeah. I mean,
God,
it's the same story over and over again.
yeah,
Humans, but sometimes with I guess like, very beneficial kind of intentions, introduce animals, cane toads and foxes and
right.
rabbits and snakes and like, oh, it just goes on and on and on. And it's been going on for hundreds and thousands of years
Yeah.
probably. I sometimes feel like an invasive species here in Asia. I'm like, am I supposed to be here?
Hmm.
It's like, I don't
I-
think I'm supposed to
I'm
be here.
pretty sure that if you were able to track human population back 100,000 years, I'm pretty sure we are now officially an invasive species.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
I'm
sure.
pretty sure. We're all the things that all the other invasive species are doing to habitats, we are absolutely doing the
Yeah,
same thing. We're just
probably
doing
some
it everywhere.
chimpanzees in Africa somewhere be like, these damn Homo sapiens keep
Right.
coming back.
It's
We tried
always
to
the
get rid
Homo
of them.
sapiens.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
tried to push them up there to that cold climate, but they keep coming back. Goddamn.
Yep, exactly. What are you going to
Oh,
do? All we can do is ride it out, man. I mean, at this point, talking about fixing global warming almost cracks me up. Like, I don't know, because you can't,
oh man.
we could do everything perfect, but you can't control China, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, all these countries that are probably not going to get on board with any big, new Green Deal or anything like that. So we can get all our ducks in a row in the United States, which we still probably won't, because then we just go to other countries and let them do our dirty work for us.
Yeah.
But like, it's happening. I don't think it's stopping. I do slowly see green energy kind of playing out. People do seem to want some of that, but you can't get solar powered like mega bulldozers. You're
It's
always going to
simple.
have, yeah.
My friend bought a vape pen last night, and the amount of packaging, it's like,
Oh my God, dude.
dude, he had like a pile of like 6 different layers of packaging to end up with him taking a hit off a
I
vape pen.
know.
And I was like,
I know.
wow, no, these are bought by eight. Here's the worrying thing to me is like our generation, we were told about global warming and peak oil and all this kind of stuff. We didn't do
Right.
anything about it. And then now you've got
I know.
18-year-old kids, they're buying these vape pens and they're sitting at the picnic table and they just rip them open and they get up and there's like a whole table full of
Right.
garbage, plastic and mylar and silicon little things and it's like, wow,
Well, you've
that's
seen
from
the
the
eighth continent, right? In the Pacific Ocean.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen our
The
new eighth continent out there?
the raft garbage
Oh, maybe it's
raft or
down to
whatever.
7 because we lost the polar ice cap yet? I don't know.
I
Anyway,
don't know.
yeah. I mean,
Oh, but
I
these
was
are the people who should be concerned about this. These are the people who it's going to affect and their kids. And they blame it on the older people, but it's like, dude, you're
right,
supposed to be concerned about this. Like, go buy a pack of cigarettes. They're less
right.
environmentally harmful than that damn vape pen. Like, and the e-waste. Oh my gosh. And they're
Oh yeah,
selling
dude.
nitrate. I went down to the famous Khaosan Road like a couple weeks ago. Wrong decision, but nitrous whippets like all over. Like I was walking on the those little nitrous canisters.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
were just like covering the street. I was
Wow.
walking. It was like walking on the those rocky beaches like up on like Lake Superior. It's like
Wow.
clunk, 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 and I was like tripping over balloons. It's like, wow, these are the people. I mean, those are the 20 to 30-year-olds that are like, it's like these are the people who are gonna save the earth. Like,
Right.
not happening. Not gonna happen. There was like that 10-year
See, back in
period.
the day when I did nitrous, it was from a giant tank somebody stole
Oh,
from a local
exactly.
dentist. That's how
Exactly.
it used to be done.
And
Oh,
we
my.
use recycled bottles to
Right.
we use bottles to filter out whatever that gas was they put in it, made you vomit. I
Oh,
never,
yeah.
I don't know. I never did
I
any of that.
man,
I don't know.
I haven't done any of that
I just
since I
saw
went
people do
to.
it.
Oh, right. No, man, I did it. It was fun. I did it at
Yeah.
Woodstock a bunch because they were just selling the balloons real cheap.
Oh, you can see them doing it here. They've got but that does kill your brain cells, man.
Yeah,
You
man.
do like
Oh,
three or
dude,
four balloons, you're like,
man, I would do it.
yeah,
I would like suck it in, blow it out, suck it in, blow it out. I just do that until I just fell over.
yes, exactly. Yeah, we could just call
Uh,
them mattress parties. We just
oh
put a
my
bunch of
God.
old mattresses in a room with the tank and
Yeah. That's
yep.
when you're young though. You just want to experience things. You just, oh, what does this feel like? What is that? Like you just go for it. Especially when you're at Woodstock and it's hot and they're charging $8 for a bottle of water. Yeah, it
Oh,
was
dude,
rough.
here the Khaosan Road where all the backpackers go, that place, it's like blaringly loud music, nitrous weed. People are just smoking like big fat
Mm-hmm.
joints, drinking their Leo beer, their 40s of Leo,
Right.
just walk. It's
Yeah.
like surreal.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, and but I can see, man, they must make like $500,000 a night. Like these
Oh, I
bars,
bet.
people are just handing money over and over, like hand over fist for like nitrous and weed.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, y'all are getting rich.
Oh, so so at NAMA, I had a few people walk up to, like, I really didn't expect. I had a lot of expectations that were not right that I quickly readjusted. In the back of my head, I thought I was going to be able to show up, set up my little, local podcast and just pull people in. And it didn't take me long to realize like they weren't here to be on my podcast. They were there to see their friends that they only see once a year, to look for mushrooms, to nerd out on fungi. And so I sort of chilled out. I was like, maybe that'll happen, but I'm not going to make it my agenda. But I did have a fair number of people walk up to me and they would just kind of nudge me and be like, MycoGeeky, or they'd be like, hey, MycoGeeky. Like they'd be real quiet about it, right?
They
Anyway,
have a mask on.
one guy, let me pull this up here. Real nice guy. Hopefully I can get back down. He's got some private property down in Appalachian territory down there. Hopefully we can go look for some mushrooms one day together. That would be fun. His name's Rodney, but he just said, I want to pull this up. Actually, the biggest earth-moving machines in coal mining draglines are electric powered. I did not know that.
Oh yeah.
I did
Well,
not know that.
they use diesel engines to
Oh,
run electric because I mean he probably knows, but I think it's about the smoothness. Like an
mm,
electrical motor, you can like
oh,
those
right,
lines and stuff, they pull and go much more
right.
smoothly than like a diesel.
I don't know.
Like
I've just seen some big
locomotives
things,
do.
and I saw smoke coming out the back of them. I just assumed that a lot of the big stuff was still running on fossil
Oh,
fuel.
well, trains they are technically. So like diesel trains, there's a diesel engine that like runs an electrical motor.
Oh, okay.
So they technically are still running on electrical fuel.
Right.
And remember, electricity people with the e-bikes here, they think they're all like, special. It's like, remember, electricity comes from coal.
Yeah.
Like electricity doesn't come out of the
Right.
ether.
Oh yeah,
Like you have
people
to,
do that here too. One of my buddies that I work with, she was going on and on about her $90,000 Tesla and how eco efficient it is and all that stuff. And
it
I'm like,
drives me
first off,
nuts.
those are still not cost effective. Whatever money you're saving in gas, you more than made up for in the ticket price of that car. But yeah, I mean, where's the electricity coming from? In a
I
lot of
don't
states, it's just
understand.
coming from a coal powered plant.
Yes,
Yeah,
I don't understand this.
I know.
Like, how did they trick people into thinking that your e-car is somehow saving the world? Not to mention
I
all
don't
the
know.
waste that it's going to produce. A traditional gas car, you just melt everything except for the plastic. But
Right,
all these like batteries and things like that that you got in the back of your car, they're not probably being recycled.
right,
It's a big like I don't know, they pulled the wool over everybody's eyes and it makes them feel morally
right.
better, but in reality,
That's all it's
you're
about, Ed.
uh,
It's all about if I get a certificate that says I'm carbon neutral or I reduced my
exactly.
carbon footprint and I can sleep at night. That's
That's
all
it.
that
That's
matters.
it. And look at my virtue signaling. Is that what they call
Oh,
it?
yep, yeah. Man,
Yeah.
when I first heard that term, I was
Better.
like, this term's stupid. But now I'm like, oh wow, I like this term. We're doing it a lot more than we used to. I feel like it's
Gotcha.
it's become a it's become a thing.
Oh
Um,
yeah. It's
Hold on,
it's
there was one other thing somebody said I wanted to talk about. Where was
we
it
got
here?
candy coated. It's all about making people feel better about themselves. So even the
Or
people they buy those vape pens and they're like, look how healthy I am, and then they
right.
inhale like these. It's
Oh,
like,
people do that all
oh
the
my
time.
God,
Yeah. Oh, in
I've
Los
never
Angeles,
inhaled.
the people will go to like a all vegan restaurant and buy the most
Yeah.
obnoxiously, disgustingly healthy food, and then they'll immediately walk out and light a cigarette. And I'm just like, all right, I guess cognitive dissonance is not a thing for you. You can do two completely opposite things. Okay,
Well, people here
cool.
with the vape pens, they vape inside. So in a similar thing, I'm sitting in a nice
Right.
restaurant
Yeah.
and I can't smoke, nobody can smoke, but there's a guy right next to me with a vape pen that's like blackberry molasses flavored and I'm trying to eat and I've got some obnoxious
Yep.
vape smoke going into my face.
Yep.
But people think that's fine. Like I don't
Oh
know
my God, I
why.
had that recently at a restaurant. They were cleaning. Shout out to Kyron Labs. Um, Heart this video if you like mycology or tacos. Yeah, guys, if mycology is not gonna do it, let's let tacos get me the like tonight. That's what it's all about.
I,
Um, yeah, so I was
just
at this
tacos.
restaurant. It was a Chipotle. Yeah, I'd actually gotten into Hendersonville. I'm sitting there. It's like real late. I hadn't eaten for a long time, so I'm eating me some Chipotle, and they started cleaning the kitchen because it was late. They were getting close to shutting down, and the chemical they were using to clean was so noxious. I had to stop eating. It just ruined the food for me. But no one gives a shit. No one cares.
Again, it's not like a trigger.
At work, we just got a new chemical that now they use to clean and sanitize everything, and it smelled awful, like worse than ammonia. And so I look up the chemical. I just type in the name in Google, and the first like 19 responses are all about how there are multiple lawsuits going on all over the country about lung irritation conditions as a result of this. And I'm like, well, of course, man. Like this guy pulls this out for the first time and they got to mix it in this big bucket. So it's just open to air. And
Oh.
everyone in the whole place is like, oh, this is awful. But they like it because it just straight up kills COVID and everything else on contact. So they don't care about us. It's killing COVID. They're happy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the super concentrated cleaning supplies. Yeah, I
Yeah.
had a bad experience with those one time. You got to make sure you read those instructions for diluting. But I
Oh
hear
yeah.
people making hypochlorous acid generators and things like this now. I don't think that's safe in a home. Can
Oh
like
yeah.
health. And people are talking about, somebody was asking me about ozone and things. Like, I don't know if you should really be pumping or breathing ozone
Oh, you
into.
should definitely not. I mean, I have an ozone generator. I have not formally needed to use it yet. Um, but you know, early on, Geeky's got to buy all the things. So I bought a little $60 ozone generator and deep dove on how to use it. I did read that many commercial mushroom farms, when they're cycling through the cleaning process, they like, you know, evacuate everything from a room. They run ozone, they run UV, they you know, before and after do bleach, and they just do all the things in hopes of reducing the contamination as much as possible. But basically, you just can't breathe it. It quickly converts back to oxygen, but you can definitely not be in there when it is present, for sure.
Yeah, and the
It's
UV
real bad
lights
for you.
too. Home
Oh yeah.
cultivators got to be really careful about this. The UV lights, the one, if you have a normal light and a UV light
Right.
and you leave the UV light on and turn the normal light, you can't tell
You
the
can't
UV
tell.
light's on.
Yeah.
Your skin and your
Right.
cultures might tell.
Yeah. Oh, so we went on a night hike. Alan Rockefeller led a night hike along with a real cool guy that was there named Pat Mitchell. Let me see what the little thing says about Pat. Self-taught amateur mycologist, originally from Chicago, now lives in Central Virginia. Anyway, this guy was real funny. I liked him. And a real nice guy. Anyway, so they're leading everybody around the lake where we were at, and I was babysitting Kyle and William Padilla Brown's kid, and they kept shining these. Right, I got this little. I guess
Oh,
it doesn't even show up on the camera. Does?
yeah,
Oh, there you can
a little bit.
almost. Can we see
Yeah,
it?
yeah, a little bit. See, now I'm getting freaked
There
out.
we
You're pointing it at me.
there we go. Oh, you don't got to worry. You're there. It
I
is,
know.
guys. There it is. That's
Yeah, I don't think UV
I
should go
forget.
super
Alan knew every wavelength. Anyway, this is the bluer wavelength rather than the more purple wavelength. But he said the like 265, I think, or 465. He said that one can just straight up like instantly give you skin cancer. So like so everybody was like, it would just take one time for the adults to realize, oh, this is like frying my retinas. Like I can't even look at a thing that's really
Yeah.
reflecting it back at me, let alone looking directly at it. So yeah, the UVC, that's no
Yeah,
joke. Some people buy those flow hoods that have it in there, and you know, that's got to be on a timer. You got to leave the room before that shit kicks on. Yeah.
I don't think that's really necessary if you're using sterile procedures.
Right. Right.
Unless you're using pathogenic bacteria, I don't really
Right.
see the point in that. I haven't used one of those lights for like decades, and I don't think they're, if something's going wrong and you feel that you need to get a UVC light, you need to think more about your sterile technique
Right.
rather than fixing a problem that's already there. You need to fix the problem that the reason for the
You're
problem.
like what? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of like what we were talking about with spirit pharmacists, the idea that a lot of Western medicine is really just trying to treat symptomology. It doesn't,
Yeah.
right? Like there's no money in
Exactly.
curing you. The money is in just pacifying you and your annoying symptoms. Hold on.
Yeah, and this idea that you fix it after there's a problem. Like like a lot of times I was thinking about this yesterday. Kind of when beginners, they get that beginner's luck, and then they
Right.
really almost immediately start to be like, well, I don't have to do this, I don't have to do that, I don't, and then maybe 3 months later, everything just goes to complete garbage, and they
Right.
just don't know what, because they've let it slip. So like they might have got really lucky at the beginning,
Right.
and they're like, wow, this is easy, you know, this is easier than growing weed.
Right.
I love that.
Now,
Ah, mushrooms are easier to grow than weed. Like, yeah. But let's see, you got a thing of LC that you didn't make. You got a bag of grain that you
I
didn't
didn't
make.
do
You
anything, but
bought
this is the
substrate that you
right.
didn't make. Like
Right.
it's like brownies from a box, you know?
Right.
Like, yeah, a 7-year-old kid can be like, yeah, brownies are easy to make. I just mixed in water and milk and an egg.
Right. Right.
It's a little different. If you start with the ingredients,
It's
like, it's a
true.
little bit different. But
It's true. I mean, I do think, even though I've said many times, hey, if you just want the medicine, buy some grain spawn, buy a sterile bag of substrate. And that's true. But if you actually want to get into the hobby of cultivation, then obviously you should learn all the things. Even if eventually you go, well, this part of all the things I don't like to do, you should still have that experience. I mean, they make you do that in many other career tracks, many other industries, right? You got to learn about everything a little bit before you get to learn, more specialized information in one area.
I love that people can jump in now. I mean, I know even my opinion over the last year about this has changed. I love it that people sell grain bags.
Yeah.
So if you don't need a pressure cooker or don't have a place to store a pressure cooker,
Right.
like, man, 30 years ago, living in a dorm room with like 2 other guys, if I could have bought like a 5-pound grain bag and like an LC syringe, that would have been the first thing I did.
Exactly.
And I would have been up at 4 in the morning trying to pretend I'm cooking chili when I'm like sterilizing rye grain. It's like, yeah, they're like, God, Ed, you're making a lot of chili. It's like, you do that every night, every week.
Right. It doesn't smell like
yeah.
chili either, does it?
No,
No.
it doesn't smell funny like that. It's like, oh yeah, that's the beans I use, and yeah, I'm rehydrating the beans. Yeah. Just don't worry about that.
Yeah.
And then like a month later, gee, why does Ed have all these like mushrooms he's giving to people for free? Like,
for free.
Ed just seems to be. I found him. I found him out in the woods, Waterloo Recreation Area. Yeah.
Oh, I remember. Man, Ed, if only we were at U of M at the same time.
Oh, I know.
If only.
Or even if I wouldn't. Yeah. Oh gosh.
It would have been good.
Well, we'd probably both be in prison.
Possibly. Yes, possibly.
We'd be roommates,
or dead.
But it'd be in a prison cell, not in a dormitory or a co-op.
Exactly.
Yeah, back then they didn't take too kindly to that. Weed was okay, but like not the mushrooms. At least I don't know. I didn't want to spend a considerable part of my life in prison, so.
Nope.
Oh, what could have been?
I'm with you there. All right, so let's see what we haven't talked about here.
So it was in North Carolina?
It was south of Asheville, which is now like a real hot spot. It's a mountain biking hot spot. It's like a retirement or just move there for somewhere to live hot spot. Yeah, it's definitely a boom town, so to speak, these days.
So did anybody approach the topic of like psychedelics, or was like taboo?
Okay, so NAMA went on a foray. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I'll try to find the information here real quick as I'm talking. But anyway, they had gone to Mexico recently on a little foray. Let me see, regional foray. Here we go. So they called it NAMA MX23 inaugural regional foray in, let me see where they went. I don't remember.
We just heard about this last week.
But yeah, they went down and then they got to meet Guzman's daughter. I think she was in one of these, FUNGY documentaries recently. God, where is it here?
Was it in Oaxaca, maybe?
Maybe. That sounds about right. I can't tell.
It's OAXACA.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of people speaking of mispronunciations.
Yeah, I don't know. That's Aztec or Incan? But man, I don't know what they're doing with their letters, but it don't make sense to me. I can tell you that.
I just listen to a Mexican say it, and I say it that way. It's like Thai here. People go on about like, what tone is that? But I'm like, listen to a Thai person say it and just say what they say.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what that tone.
Oh, here it is. They got to meet up with Laura Guzman. She is the daughter of the well-known mycologist Gaston Guzman. Anyway, so they took a group down there, and she took them around. They found a bunch of cool mushrooms, including Zapaticorum, and so they were talking all about that, and the woman who along with one of the other guys, was kind of the ringleaders of the foray. They were all real excited about finding psilocybes, that's for sure. They weren't talking about grinding it up and making microdoses, but yeah, they at least could talk about psilocybes. So
Yeah.
that was cool. There was obviously maybe half the crowd was not, they maybe had heard about, what's going on recently, but you got some really old people, and they're well off. They're doctors, they're professors, they're, pretty well adjusted people. And then there's a younger crowd, and I frequently heard the younger crowd, like my age or younger, it was coming up. Microdosing was coming up, Trippin was coming up, you know, it was being talked about for sure. So even Arlene in her last speech, she said, when I first got into this, and she used to be a doctor as well. She's like, when I first got into this, and apparently she was into foraging before, like she grew up poor, so her family foraged for food or to like sell mushrooms at local markets and stuff. So she had a background, at least a connection. She had a good Michael origin story. Let's just say that. But then she said that the early days, right, these NAMA Forays, it was just hardcore taxonomy. It was find a mushroom and then play the taxonomy game. And she said it's really been cool to see the evolution. They're doing a foray next year that's going to have a culinary bent. So they're going to be bringing in a lot of chefs. So the whole angle is going to be, how do we responsibly forage? How do we work within our states to, set up like certification programs so people know how to forage and forage the right thing and not the wrong thing, all that kind of stuff. So I thought that was she just kind of painted the picture like, there's more to it now than it used to be. There's so many ways, it went from a modernist kind of activity to, of course, postmodern. Now there's like multiple ways you can come into this thing called fungi. And so she was just like, she said, I thought it's amazing to see how it's evolved and see all the different people. And I believed that she meant it when she said it's cool that there are so many different ways now that people come into an interest in mushrooms or fungi. So I thought that was cool. She seemed like a real nice lady. She did a presentation for her last lecture. Must have been 800 of the most spectacular photos of just perfect mushrooms. And I'm like, this woman must just be out hiking like every day of her life, which she basically said that's her and Alan are just out looking for mushrooms all the time. And they choose to live in the Carolinas, right? They're living down there. We had quite a few speakers talk about the biodiversity down there. This guy, 𝐥𝐢𝐤, he's a botanist ecologist for Forest Plan. So he's like one of the head ecologists for North Carolina. And he was just talking about biodiversity down there and all that stuff. And then Stephen Russell talked about, mapping biodiversity and why we should be doing it. And then Gary Kaufman, that Dr. Brandon Matheny, he was also talking about the importance of doing that stuff. So I'm not going to lie. Before that, I thought the whole like mapping biodiversity was a cool thing to do and might make for a neat like infographic, like, well, here's where this is, here's where that is. But after hearing some of these presentations, I realized why they want this information, how they're going to use this information to try to figure stuff out. And especially as the climate is doing all sorts of crazy things, tracking changes in flora and fauna might serve a purpose at some point in time. So I thought that was pretty cool.
For conservation issues. I mean, if you're going to promote the conservation of some or the preservation of some area, you've got to have species lists.
Right. I forget who said it, but they were like, you can't protect something if you don't know where it is. Like, you got to actually figure out where it is.
When you get I hate to be, it would be like sort of like a legal thing if you can get as many red list species, endangered species on a list. You know, some of them might be like, you know, macro, like giant mammals or whatever, like certain kinds of deer, chipmunks or something like that. But if you can get a few of those ascomycetes on there and you're like, oh. But yeah, I don't know how well that works. I know they try to do that, but some people, yeah. Convincing people you should like, you know, conserve these 5 species of like rare ascomycetes instead of build a Walmart. I don't know.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah,
speaking of that, one of my that guy I just mentioned, Rodney, he said he used to do so much forest conservation work, you know, like advocating for it, and he's like, there was just a point where he just said, "Yeah, I'm losing this battle. Like, I'm wasting my time. It's not gonna. Doesn't matter how many of us." You know, we can sit in front of the bulldozer like they, you know, people have famously done, but eventually they get moved and they clear whatever land they bought anyway.
Yeah, they'll just come back next month. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if we can blame those people because those people are fulfilling our needs. Our next super center, our next mall, our next iPhone 15. Like if we stop, like it's the kind of
like how many super crunchy people still have Amazon Prime?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
exactly. They can't wait an extra day. But you know the logistical nightmare and the packaging and you know you get something this big in a box like this because it fits into the logistical scheme of like how they can fit it on the back of a truck. Or you could wait 24 more hours, but God, no, I need it tomorrow morning. And it's like, wow, this is, like I was saying with the vape pens and everything, it's like, I've gotten frustrated because, you know, I'm almost 50 and I was hearing about this kind of stuff when I was taking chemistry in high school. The same exact environmental issues. You know, we used to sell firewood when I was a teenager, me and my dad. So we'd do tree removal and sell the firewood. And I remember
we have this in common too. I didn't know that. We did the same thing. My dad and my uncle and me would go clear lots, and we did the same thing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Lots and just like we always had a lot of black locust in Jackson. It was just like grows like a weed basically. It's in the bean family. Makes great firewood. But yeah, I used to get like sometimes people would stop and literally attack my dad because you're cutting down trees. It's like, you dumb fuck. This was like, I just like, again, like literally getting attacked. Or now I've been attacked too. If you're out in the woods with a basket and people will say like, leave some of the mushrooms for the other people. And like, it's like, you dumb fuck, get the fuck out of my face. Like they just don't understand. And I don't know where
I think it was Chicago. I was talking to, I can't be certain if she was the actual head of some mushroom group in Chicago, but she was basically saying that we're about to go on the night hike and she gets some email and she gets real grumpy. And I'm like, are you okay? And she's like, oh, I just got this email and basically they're going to now limit the amount of like mushrooms that you can take on a foray. And I was like, why? Like, I go, what are you taking? Like pallets and just bulldozer loads of like, how much mushrooms are you taking that they have to quantify it? She's like, honestly, we're usually not taking more than what the limit is about to be. But she's like, just the fact that there's a limit just feels repressive.
Yeah, it's misguided stuff.
It's misguided, all right, out of the bubble. Wish I went to NAMA and met ya. Me too, man. Next year. So speaking of that, the NAMA Foray, they announced where it's going to be next year. Let me pull up my little screenshot here so I get it right.
Yeah, I thought I wrote it down.
So Halloween NAMA, right? Last year they went to Missouri in the Ozarks. They called it MoNAMA. So they're into this, you know, the puns with the NAMA. So Halloween NAMA is next year's. It's going to be at the Cispus Learning Center in Randall, Washington. Basically, it's couched in between Mount Rainier and Mount Everest, and it's going to be October 31st through November 3rd. So it's going to be juicy, right? Like we're not going in the summer. This is the Pacific Northwest in the tail end of fall. So it should be prime mushroom hunting time. So I'm going. We're gonna make it happen. Yeah, Myco Mamas. That's Myco Mamas. I'm telling you right now, when they announced it the other night, you guys were the first people I thought of. I thought of you, and I thought of Missy, and then I thought of Susie, and I thought of Lauren, and I said, "Dear God, they're gonna have to, like, we're all going. It's gonna be a thing." So yeah, I am definitely going to be pushing for all my Washington homies to show up to this. We're going to go, because I'm telling you right now, there's some old people at NAMA, and they will not be here forever. And I'm not saying that as a joke. I'm saying that as I was sitting and looking at some of these old guys that, knew their shit. And I'm just thinking, yeah, man, when we lose these guys, it's a big loss. Like that, they actually had some doctor of mycology who had passed away in the previous year, who was quite active in NAMA. And boy, when they did a tribute for this guy, you could tell that it felt like a major, major loss for them. Like just to lose that guy who was so connected to the NAMA community. So I think it's important that us cube lovers, we're still mushroom lovers, and we, I think there are many of us who want to know more about all mushrooms and not just one species of mushroom. So yeah, I'm really hoping we can get a big faction out there and represent, and be a sign of the times, and chit chat with more people about psilocybin and why it's amazing. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading some notes here.
Now, the way to add validity to all of the stuff that's going to happen with cubensis and what other, their psychoactives is to, like, people have to show a little bit of interest in other mushrooms too.
100%. Yes.
And I think it actually, some people don't, like in the cube community, people don't really realize there's, like, that's only like 1% of a small portion of mycology.
Yeah.
There's so much other stuff. And then when they actually discover that, somebody just the other week, I like kind of explained like the taxonomy of cubensis, and they were like, "What? I didn't." And then they started looking, and they were like all these other mushrooms are out there. Like they only knew about cubensis. I was like, yeah, there's like lots of mushrooms. But some people that grow up in the city and have never walked in the woods, they don't know.
Right.
Like you've never seen a polypore,
or they've gone to, like, they've been on the paved trail of a well-groomed park, right? And they haven't, man, I went on a bog hike, right? And I actually was walking on this boggy, sphagnum moss, and the ground's given, like a big old sponge and everything. And I'm just, and then in general, right? What does fungus do? It's decomposing organic matter. So you got to have, shit's got to be dead, and it's got to be decaying and falling apart. So you need a lot of trees knocked down, and it's not as, I think it's beautiful, but it's not, quote, like a picturesque environment for a lot of people, so they don't know. Oh yes, Rodney, mushrooms are definitely a gateway drug to mushrooms. I agree with that 100%.
Yes.
They're
a gateway to many other things: ecology, genetics, statistics, tax. Oh gosh, yeah. That's
shout out to 𝐥𝐤 here. He said, "I'm planning on going." You better, dude. We're all gonna have to save our bread, except for the Myco Mamas, because it's probably 5 minutes down the road for them, so they're just gonna hop in their van, and head over there. So, yeah, guys, let's go. We gotta get Kyle just popped up, and I think it was a typo, but he's basically saying, where is it here? Yeah, 𝐥𝐤𝐤𝐞 is a fucking boss. He is. So during Mandy Quirk's DNA class, which I went to all of the first one and most of the second one, it was amazing. She was great. She made it really fun. She gave people a really great overview of what it is, what it isn't, what's involved. And then Kyle helped out towards the end to let people get a taste of the process. And we did some Sanger sequencing on 8 samples. And then he did a bunch of DNA extraction for a upcoming nanopore run. So it was good. A lot of people, were interested and seemed to like that class. But Mandy made a point. She said, so, before nanopore, right, the bottleneck was never samples. The bottleneck was running the sequences on them. So now that they got nanopore, I mean, they're doing 1,000 samples a run, and all their primers are tags. So like they're literally, best case scenario, if it all goes well, in one run they have 1,000 sequences. Even if it fails abysmally and they only get half of them, they still have 500 sequences that worked out, and they can go back and try to revive some DNA or do it all over again, whatever. But anyway, she was saying how now the bottleneck is going to be the back end, cleaning up the data on the back end. And this is, when she said this, it was something Ed had echoed to me numerous times, which is, cool, you ran a sequence, but is it good? Is it worthwhile? Have you looked at the chromatograms? Like, is this a sequence that a real researcher could actually do something with? And so Scott has been really involved in doing that, but we need more than just Scott doing it. So Scott and Kyle are going to be on the show coming up here. We're going to talk a little bit more about that stuff. But see, this is what.
Can I say something? That
Oh yeah.
The real bottleneck is not the sequences or it's the people putting the right names on the right sequence.
Right. So that's what
That's
I think
where
that's
the
what
big
Mandy
gap is.
Yeah. But that's
because
what
those
Mandy
people-
meant on the back end. She's saying like you got to have the sequence before you can then connect it to an actual taxa.
Yeah, but you've got the traditional morphological description of where this name came from.
Right.
That, like, you have to make sure this mushroom that you find at the NAMA Foray, it has the right name.
Right. Yeah.
So if you
Yes.
put the wrong name on it, like, it's like if I give you a dog and I say that's Fluffy, but that's not Fluffy, that's Joey.
Right.
But
yeah.
you don't know that it's Joey and not Fluffy. Like you're attributing the wrong DNA sequence to the wrong mushroom name.
Right.
And that wrong mushroom name is connected to a traditional morphological description. That's the
Right.
gap.
Yeah.
There's a huge gap. So those people, like you're saying, that pull out the 𝐥𝐤 and the Melzers and all those reagents,
Right.
the people that are doing those DNA sequences and giving it a name, somebody's just starting to ask me yesterday about this natalensis thing again. The name doesn't mean anything unless you connect it to an
Right.
actual specimen and a
Right.
morphological description.
Right.
The sequence is irrelevant if it's got the wrong name on it, right?
Of
Like,
course.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This is
Mhm.
something people like don't seem to quite understand, is that when you put that name on that sequence, you have to make damn sure that's the right name, or
Right.
it means absolutely nothing.
Right.
Because like taking
Now, so all the things that you have brought up to me were echoed here and there or consistently throughout the weekend, by the way. So 100%, I'm like, yep, Ed already told me that. Yep, I've heard Ed say that. One difference, though, is like that Matheny guy, he's just casually made some comment one time like, well, then I just go get the holotype and I just sequence that. And I'm just like, cool, yeah, but there's a lot of holotypes that are not being sequenced, which other
Yes.
presenters were talking about, including Steve, who was just like, they're just sitting in fucking boxes and they're nearly impossible. For some herbariums do not want to turn these things over to almost anybody, even like someone trying to finish a thesis, let alone just point blank saying, here, take that whole stack, run them this year. The next year, take that stack and run them next year.
No, God, no. That would be
Yeah.
like telling a coin collector you have the one of the 5,
Right.
Greek coins or whatever in existence, and like, we're just gonna destroy this one just to figure out what, like, the metal's in it. Like,
Right.
it's like,
Oh, I get
that's
it.
not gonna
Yeah.
happen.
Right. Plus the people that get this prestigious, title of whatever the title for running the herbarium is, right? But they don't want to fuck anything up. They don't want us. They don't. I mean, I can't imagine what in the mycology community would happen if some guy running an herbarium gave away 5 holotypes and then for some reason they were destroyed or damaged. I mean,
He would be fired immediately.
Immediately, yeah.
Yes, and he would
Now-
never get a job again after that.
Right.
And
No,
what if they got lost in the mail?
right.
Like
All
if
those
I
simple lost in the mail, your car explodes.
yes.
There's a right. This is why they're just so neurotic about all these
It's
things.
not gonna I don't
Yeah.
it's not neurotic, it's common
Yeah, I
sense.
get it. I get it.
It's
Yeah.
not it's not like it's not a psychological abnormality,
No,
it's
no.
common sense.
Right.
Like I'm not gonna hand over the holotypes of like somebody like, oh, I don't know, like
Right.
Peck or something because some like 25-year-old PhD student wants to like get
I get
DNA
it.
from them.
Yeah.
Like that's
Now,
it's like
now I will tell
unreasonable
you
to
this
think they
though.
would do that.
I was watching Kyle taking these micro tweezers and literally pinching a barely visible piece of gill tissue with his tweezers, and I'm just thinking, man, I get if this herbarium guy doesn't want me doing it. I get it if he doesn't want Kyle doing it. He doesn't want Steve doing it. He doesn't want Ed doing it. But God, I wish somebody would be allowed to do this in some sort of systematic way, because some of these things that are being arranged, rearranged, all this kind of stuff. I mean, it sure would be valuable information to have. That's where I'm coming from. Because otherwise, at
Well,
some
when
point in
you
time, don't these all just shrivel up into dust anyway?
no. No, well, when you spend 20 years of your life and you write a monograph on that genus and you want to sample, like literally, like when you, like I got some of Pegler's samples because I was doing a PhD on lentinus, but
Right.
they were like copy. They didn't send me the whole holotype because again, if you are willing to spend the next 20 years of your life studying one genus of mushrooms, you can have the holotypes.
Right.
But
Right.
until then, if you, like you said, are running 1,000 samples, what happens if you mislabel one of them?
Oh, I get it.
If
I
you get
get
a
it.
thousand,
Right.
this is like, so I don't know, like characterizing a herbarium director as neurotic is not
Right.
really a good word to use. They're doing their job.
Yes, they're doing their job. Yeah.
They're not like, yeah, fuck all you guys, you can't have the holotypes. They're
Right.
doing their job, and if they didn't
Right.
do that job properly, they would be fired.
So here's my question, because who am I? I'm nobody. But here's my question, though. What is it doing sitting in the box by itself for the rest of eternity?
It's not. It's waiting for you to do a 20-year study on that
Okay.
monograph and to
Okay.
get the credentials to where you would care enough.
Right.
I hate to say it, but if you had 1,000 boxes of holotypes sitting on your back shelf there, you wouldn't know what any of them were. So
Nope.
they would mean nothing. So what if your ceiling starts leaking and it destroys
Right.
1,000 holotypes?
Yeah.
This is not an irrational fear. You're making it sound like these herbarium directors
Oh
are some
no, I
kind of
am not.
neurotic like hoarders. Like,
I
no,
am
you can't
not.
have it. This is like,
No.
these are like, it'd be like walking into the Smithsonian being like, oh, I'd like
Right.
the collection of Darwin's finches. I just
Right.
want to pull some feathers off them. Is that okay?
Right.
My
I
name's
get.
Bob.
I get it.
Like
I get it.
I'll bring them back in the afternoon. It's like, come on, like this
Right.
is like
Right.
unreasonable expectations.
Sure. I get that. My apologies for using the word neurotic, dude. I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just telling you, my perception is that you have to, in order to do that job, you have to have a true reverence for those things and a protective nature, which I misappropriately use the term neurotic for.
Well,
My
I would say if you're
apologies.
doing 1,000 sequences a run, I'm probably guessing you don't have a reverence for those samples.
Sure.
It's
Right.
numbers.
Right.
When I did my PhD, I had 250 samples in my final thesis. That took me 4 years. If
Right.
you're running 1,000 samples on every minion run or whatever, nanopore run, it's like if you had 1,000 children, right?
Sure.
Once you get past about 7
I
children,
get
they
that.
all kind of blend together.
I get that.
So the logistics of shipping 1,000
Right.
holotypes
Right.
and sequencing, there might be a little
Right.
mislabeling. And then again, I don't think somebody who has 1,000 sequences a day really gives them the proper reverence.
I'm with
It's
you.
just a numbers game at that point.
Sure. I
You
get it.
can't know 1,000 species in even one family or one,
Right. Right.
So saying that those people doing that have the amount of reverence, say somebody who studied a single genus for 4 years
Oh,
or
I'm
20
not
years of
saying
their
that.
life, it's
Right.
not an adequate comparison.
Right.
It's like,
Right. I get that. I agree. I'm just sitting back here going, I'm still doing this, like you're talking, or like Dorothy's slippers from The Wizard of Oz. You can't just borrow it. Hey, can I
Yeah,
just show my body?
exactly.
I get that.
Exactly.
I understand. But then also, there's another part of me that says, cool, so we got these slippers. We also got photos of them. We also still got the movies of them. So there is a point with this where we, okay, right? What is it that we've only described a small fraction, 1 to 3% of all the fungus on the earth, right? And so there's already more holotypes than anyone could ever touch or do anything with. And I mean, mycology programs have basically turned into plant pathology programs, and you only sort of get to actually love mushrooms. Getting your PhD these days, there's a handful of places you can get an actual mycology degree. So like, how do you ever get through all this stuff? Like when and how is that ever going to happen? That's my only thing. Like,
So you're kind of proving my point. You're saying that like one person who does 1,000 sequences has any, so they have 1/1000th. There's not even people to dedicate time to a single
right.
genus. So how
That's
is
what I'm
one
saying.
person going to dedicate to 1,000 different holotypes?
Right.
You're kind of proving my point. If you just hand over, like, so there is a criteria for that. It's called dedication and study. And when
Sure.
you get the letters PhD after your name, they will probably give you those samples.
Right.
Until you have an academic position and you understand the
You won't.
ramifications of destroying that holotype because you might mess it up.
Right.
When you understand the significance of that and realize that that is somebody else's life work that you are destroying. When you understand the significance of that, they will give you that holotype.
Right.
But just
so I have a
I
question.
kind of don't understand what your point is.
I guess I'm trying to
Like,
get at something and I'm not doing a good job of it. Why isn't this a greater interest for academic mycology? I guess is my question. Like with this new, it seems to be, and again, I'm just trying to understand this. I've not picked a side. I'm not, do you know what I mean? I'm just trying to understand. There is a lot of molecular biology going on right now. This is kind of the hot button. This is like, if you're going to get a degree, this is what people seem to be getting a degree in. This also, the informatics and all this kind of stuff seems to be what the universities actually like and care about. I mean, right, what this guy, Matheny, he is on systematics and ecology, right? So it seems to be everything is about this, and yet no one has ever, I have not heard that anybody at the upper echelons of this world is saying, man, how should we approach sequencing some of these, at least type specimens, right? Like, do we have all the sequences for the...
Because you're looking at the big picture of like,
Right.
So like if you have a cardiologist, do they do neurosurgery?
No.
No, right. So if I study lentinus, am I going to study Lactarius? Probably not.
No.
See, you're looking at the very big like list picture.
Sure.
Like I literally, dude, I spent 4 years studying one genus. 80 species in one genus.
Right.
This is why if you have people out there that are dedicated to doing that, they will study it. It's just like a cardiologist studies hearts, and that's probably all he does. He's not interested in feet and noses and things like that. That level of dedication. So the people who are just like randomly doing sequences of everything so they can get a big old paper that shows, 140 genera, and those papers normally have like dozens of authors. And it's because every one of those authors is a specialist in that little part, that little branch with the little twigs. I think you're kind of
I hear you. I hear
the,
you now. No, I hear you. I get it.
It's like saying because I like dogs, I should.
I'm asking the wrong question. I do understand that. I get it.
Kind of.
I am. No, I know that, but sometimes I do ask the wrong question on purpose so that I can learn something.
What we should be asking is why are younger people not interested in that
I'm with
stuff?
you. But dude, I've been on some Reddit subthreads.
You can't blame it on the old people.
No, I
just
don't.
Say, it's this fuddy-duddies. You don't. There's not younger people. How many people under the age of 30 were at the NAMA Foray? Probably like 5
under
or 10
30.
maybe.
Oh no, 20 or 30 maybe. I took a 22-year-old to one of the forays in my truck. There
Were
are
they
young people
interested in studying a single genus for the rest of their life?
that I don't know. But again, so here's what I was saying. I was on a Reddit subthread and it was full of people that were plant pathology professors at universities chiming in because somebody asked a question like, hey, if I want to get a degree in mycology, like if I want to do a PhD in mycology, how do I pull it off? It seems like there are not that many mycology programs. And so these guys started coming in and saying,
Not
well,
true. Not true. I constantly refer people to, here's what you do. You get that paper. Here's how to get into mycology. I'll tell you right now. You
Yeah.
find a paper, could be on Reddit. You find the actual paper, you look at the authors, and you email those authors.
Yeah. Oh,
That's how
that's
you
actually
study.
what they said too. And they said that it wasn't necessarily under a formal like mycology program, but
It's
there were
not.
plenty
It's
of
very easy to do.
mycologists. Yeah.
There's not people when they get into it and they realize what it's about. That's when you don't get the glory and the fame and the papers and the like, you
Right.
know, the sort of news story when you're like, well, I deciphered the you know, the subgenus like
Right.
Fermiosa in the subgenus
Right.
𝐜𝐨𝐬𝐤 of the blah blah, like
Right.
you don't get the fame and the glory for that. So
Oh
nobody
no.
wants to do it.
It's not particle physics. No.
Unless you're doing something with edibles or medicine, like you don't get the glory. And there are
Right.
people doing that stuff, but you don't see them and you don't know them because they're not at NAMA Forays. They're
Right.
sitting with their head in a microscope, over a
Right.
microscope in the books. So we don't know. I'm not saying like we don't know about those people that are doing the real work. They don't go
Sure.
to NAMA Forays. And you can very easily
Sure.
get into mycology. But how many people did you see like pulling open a monograph or dichotomous keys? A lot of people can't even be bothered to go through dichotomous keys. You're like, here's
Sure,
the
Ed. There were people there like that, but there were also very intelligent people using dichotomous keys who had they had their backpack and then they had another pack that was their Bolete book and their this book and there were people using keys there.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Is it everybody? It's just like when we do
the average person
right.
doesn't know.
Of course not. The average person in our world today doesn't want to know how to do anything. They're mad when they have to figure out how to, download something on an app. I get that. And that's obviously a problem with how we've structured society. And I agree. I've looked into it. I've said, hey, how do if I wanted to get a degree in mycology, what's the buy-in? How much is it going to cost me?
It's free.
What's the okay.
I've told people this over and over and over again, and they just don't go through with it.
Right.
I just
all right.
told you. You find a paper.
Don't dare me,
Ed.
Don't dare me.
Oh, I've dared many people, and they
right.
don't go through with it. Like
right.
you said, it's the problem with our society today.
Agree.
Younger people are not interested in anything beyond like, what can I make from this? How much money can I get?
Right.
Or what kind of fame or Instagram glory is this going to get me?
That's true, man. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to study like a subgenus of a genus of some non-edible mushroom.
Right.
Like I tell people exactly how to do this, and then like a month later, I'm like, oh, did you email that guy? Like I'll send them the email of the guy to email, and they just don't follow through with it.
Right.
Then I'm like, you wanted to study mycology, right? I thought, but then it just goes away. So I'm saying like I'm older, and like younger people always blame the older people. Like, why don't you do this? Why don't you let us do that? But they don't do it. The younger people don't do it. Like they were the ones who were going to save the world and they were so concerned about waste and that. And those are the ones I see dumping like e-vape or pens or whatever like on the table and walking away because that's not their job to pick it up.
I hear you. I mean, as I turn into the old people, I definitely know what you're talking about. All right. Somebody brought something up here. Where was it? I wanted to pull it up. All right. This isn't it, but I'll pull this one up while I'm looking for the other one. All right, here's the one I was looking for. All right, Out of the Bubble said, I recently asked an herbarium about sequencing a holotype, and they were more than happy to ask their in-house mycologist to do so. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe someone will do it for you. It's just you got to find a guy willing to take requests.
I'm wondering about that because, see, what? Okay, hold that up for a second. When I
Sure.
see this, the species epithet isn't capitalized. So when I see that, if I am the director of the herbarium and I see somebody ask for P.W. capital, I'm immediately saying that person doesn't understand taxonomy. They would nothing against Out of the Bubble. I know it does that automatically on spell check, but you don't capitalize species names.
Sure. I mean, it
So
might
if
just
I'm
be being casual.
I don't care what it is, but as an herbarium director, if I see that, I immediately say, wow, this guy wants me to hand over the holotype, and he doesn't know that species names are not capitalized.
Right. Well,
Do
he
you see
actually
that?
didn't say he asked for the holotype. He just asked about sequencing.
Well, whatever he's doing, any good taxonomist would know that the species name is not capitalized.
Right.
That would be like, hey, your cardiologist comes in and says, what is this thing? There's some kind of valve on your heart. What is that again?
Right.
Aorta valve? Like, I don't really quite remember that.
Right.
Like, you don't capitalize
Again,
species names.
We can move on, but what my point is this day and age, there are some times when people just slang it out in their DMs, right? They're not in the DM, they're not talking to their thesis advisor, right?
They're
just
with
talking.
The way normal
So
direct
I don't know if
works.
I'm trying to attack Out of the Bubble like he just said. You know,
I'm
aware.
No, I'm not either. I'm saying that if you were getting that as an herbarium director, you would be immediately suspicious.
Right.
Like if I was applying to a job and if I just said, can I have the, like, I get people now that don't write Dear Ed. They just write, they just go straight in, no capitals,
oh, I get
no
that too. I
punctuation.
know. Yeah.
This is something like people are losing because of the electronic messaging. If you are going to send an email to the author of a paper on a genius that you might want to work with, make sure you use punctuation and capitals.
Yeah.
These are very like OCD, very detail-oriented people that study taxonomy and nomenclature. And if you send them a message with no punctuation and no capitals in it, they're immediately going to throw it away and be like, this person is not qualified.
Right. Yeah.
Right. They don't know how to address me correctly. They don't know how to write.
And now I hear where you're coming from, because a lot of what we're doing now, I think I see it from a different angle, but I truly hear what you're saying. It is, it's that sometimes people in our community, non-taxonomists, who maybe have a burgeoning interest in mycology, maybe do something audacious like email an herbarium director and then mistype something and then learn a lesson like, oh, I didn't get anywhere. Oh, well, I just noticed I didn't get my binomial nomenclature right. I don't know a lot of things, and I came at this guy the wrong way.
Right. I'm aware of that, but would you give that person a sample?
No, never. Of course not. Never in a million years. But I
understand how DM and texting works. But I'm saying, as the herbarium director, if you got that message, would you trust that person?
I probably wouldn't even respond to it.
Right. That's the point I'm making.
I get it.
That's the point
I'm with you. Yeah. Okay, so this person asks, so is there a taxonomy for amateur mycologist book? I think Ed brought up, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the first book he recommended to me was the, it's like a little field guide for identifying with macroscopic features. Well, I'll try to pull it up on Amazon and show it.
It depends. Again, mycology is so huge. I was going to do some videos about this. There's a lot of literature. It depends. Do you want like a field guide, or do you want something that's going to get into microscopy? I get this question a lot. And often when I tell people what book to get and I ask them about it, they haven't even bothered to download the PDF file of that book.
And I can only imagine, as an actual mycologist, how annoying that must be.
Yeah,
I feel the same
no,
way
it's
sometimes.
not annoying. Again, it makes you measure out what type of dedication this person has.
Probably
And you
very
meter out
casual.
you meter out your responses for like how much am
Right.
I going to dedicate to answering this person's question who has a very, very fleeting casual interest in that, like they just
Yeah.
fire off a text message to me and then never have
Yeah.
any interaction after that.
Oh
You
yeah,
have to,
I've learned that. I've learned to assess
yeah,
that better and better as time goes on. Like, oh, I am very hesitant now to. I used to just, oh, you want to know how to do that? Cool. I'll take 1 hour of my day and explain that to you, and then you're not even doing
yeah.
it anyway. Yeah, 100%. All right, I found to answer that question.
I'm not sure why, but I've never given you a suggestion about a book that question ask.
Well, I'll
I'm
show
not,
you
I'm not, re-
what
I'm
I'm
not really
thinking
sure
of
what you're
here.
looking
All
for.
right, this will be a surprise. This will be a walk down memory lane here. All right, that book,
Oh,
the
okay.
L'Argent.
Yes, I have
Yeah,
suggested that, but I didn't know why you were looking for it. You just want a picture. Yeah,
yeah.
there's a
This would
whole
be a beginning way
series.
of learning taxonomical nomenclature, right? Like terms and
There's
like step
5
one, learn to
books.
describe mushrooms.
Not really. There's 5 books that all address different things.
Okay.
So there's a series of them. The one is called How to Identify Mushrooms to Genus, like macroscopic characters. Then there's
Right.
microscopic characters, and then there's I think one that's all just a field guide to like like
Right.
morphological characters you might see in the field, like the gill attachment, spore color, things like that.
Right.
So that's why that question is a little bit tricky because it like it kind of depends. Like, are you interested in microscopy, or you just want to know what you can eat? Or are you really just, I don't know, are you interested in things like polypores? Because most books
Right.
don't have like polypore stuff on them. It's a kind of a big question that,
It is, and for one person, the answer might be different than for
yeah,
another person. I know for me, I'm starting with mushrooms. Like I'm doing this little project right now. I'm starting with the mushrooms in my yard, of which I think I'm at about 38 species. And I'm just going to learn those. Like I'm going to learn as much as I can about those. I want to make sure that I know the genus and species name, but that I actually understand, defining characteristics of that genus. And it's like how do you get to the top of the mountain? You got to take the first step. So you just got to decide something. Do you got a genus of mushrooms you like? Go buy a book on it. Start there. You got mushrooms that pop up in your yard? Start there. Come up with some plan. But I was just going off of his question about the taxonomy, and I thought, well, start with macro features, then go to micro features if you're going to buy a microscope. That's definitely the next step. They had, by the way, at NAMA, they had a little microscope room, and there were plenty of, hard to distinguish species where they have to put it on a slide and start looking at, microscopic features and looking at spores and all that good stuff. So yeah, but to me, the step one is just what can I see, taste, smell, measure, on a large scale. That's going to get me somewhere. Because at the end of the day, who cares? Why do you want to know how to do this? For me, it would be to identify and know mushrooms in my area, for people who are into this and not trying to become a professor of mycology. But there were plenty of people at NAMA who weren't trying to be a professor of mycology, but they knew a lot of stuff.
yes, okay, let's not make that differentiation again. There is no huge differentiation between the academics and the field people and the
Yeah,
people at NAMA. There's always this like
right,
artificial thing people like to draw, like you're an academic and I'm okay. The way to learn about mushrooms is to study mushrooms. And
right,
if that
yes,
starts with you going out in your front yard and finding a mushroom and figuring out what the characteristics are, that's where you start. There is no starting point. Some people might start growing cubes and they eventually find out they like DNA sequencing and
right.
computer algorithms. There is no like step one. You just figure out that you like mushrooms, and whatever you like about mushrooms, you start studying it.
I like
And
that.
once you figure that out, you will never stop finding other things that you like about mushrooms. So it might be like the first five, the easy five, you know, chicken of the woods, hen of the woods, you know, shaggy
Right.
manes, field mushrooms, and whatever else, morels. Like you learn those fives, but then you say like, well, what makes a shaggy mane? Like what? It's a caprinus or whatever it is now, Coprinopsis.
Right.
Like, well, why is caprinus? It's got black spores, you know, and free gills. Then you start getting down in the rabbit hole.
Right.
So there's not really like a starting point. The
Right.
starting point is you having an initial interest in mushrooms. That
Right.
is the starting point. If you don't
Yeah.
care about mushrooms, don't study mushrooms. If you care about edibility, study edibility. If you care about microscopes, study microscopy.
Right.
They're all connected, but oftentimes people make these like this is what humans do, and this is
Right.
becoming
That's
more
what
and
we
more
do.
prevalent. There's tribes. Like
Yeah.
everybody's so goddamn tribal now. You're a microscopist or you're an academic. Dude, and I'm obviously triggered and sensitive to this because people attack me for being an academic. Like
Right.
I had a guy like, you know, I'm putting all these YouTube videos and I'm getting attacked because
Right.
I studied mushrooms.
Right.
It's like, dude, you're interested in mushrooms. I studied
Right.
mushrooms for 30 fucking years of my life and you're attacking me.
Right.
It's like, does that make sense to you?
Not to
I'm
me, man.
sorry I don't have your specific interest in, oh, you know, subscochioides or like, you know, like I'm sorry
Right.
I like other parts of mushrooms, but like they're attacking me. Oh, you're an academic. And it's like these people that have a chip on their shoulder because
Yeah.
they
That's
didn't
what
get,
it is.
yes, and people need to
Yeah.
get over that. It's
Right.
like, and you saw it at NAMA, right? The people you
Well,
meet at
so
NAMA,
you just
they
said the
don't have a
perfect thing.
problem.
No,
But
they
if
don't.
other people that don't study what they
Right.
got to be like all tribal, and it's like, oh, I
Yeah.
don't fit in with those people. When you
Hmm.
hang out and you sit at the campfire, you're drinking wine, or you're in the dorm, they're just people.
Right.
They have different paths in life. And I'm sorry because I got a chance to go to school. I'm sorry that I sent an
Right.
email to Ron Peterson. Like, I'm sorry that I spent 4 years to get a
Right.
PhD. Like, I'm apologizing
Right.
for the fact that I studied mushrooms. And it's like, so I don't know how to take it
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yo, I
I'm
had
just like,
people who messaged me going, "Why do you like Ed so much?"
yeah,
And
exactly.
I'm like, "Are you
Like,
fucking kidding me? I like mushrooms and he's a
oh,
mushroom
this is
professor."
crazy.
Like, I actually had to explain that one to you? Are you a mushroom professor? No. Do you know any other mushroom professor who is in our cube community? Nope. As far as I know, he's the only one that I know of who is open and connected to both communities. But I had people asking me that. I've had people go, he doesn't have a PhD, and I'm like, well, you clearly didn't vet that one.
Yeah, this
Like,
too
look it up. You
completely
can look up his
ignorant.
papers. Yeah.
See, that's the kind of thing when somebody says stuff like that, I feel sorry for them, to be honest.
They're just dumb.
Like, oh my
Yeah.
God, you're so ignorant and
Just dumb.
dumb that
Yeah.
like I don't even know where to go with people like that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I used to get a little bit irritated. Now I just feel sad for them. I'm just
Yeah.
like, wow, your life is very, very empty. I'm sorry. Like you, I don't know.
I
I don't know
know.
what to
Yeah,
say.
man, that the Tennessee guy I talked to him, he brought, by the way, a lot of mycologists. Only one that came up from multiple people in multiple presentations, your buddy Ron. He's a big deal.
Yeah, he was
He-
Appalachian mycology for the last like 50 years.
Big deal. He came up frequently, right? And when I talked to that guy, he seemed very, the Tennessee guy, like he was real happy he was at University of Tennessee. Like that, it meant a lot to him. He took it seriously. He was really looking to both do some very important work for himself and wanted his students to also be doing important work. And I think that's some of the reverence that you're talking about.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
EEB building, the evolutionary, whatever EEB, that building is named after Hessler of Hessler and Smith, who wrote a lot of the monographs on some of the Eastern North America taxa.
Just that. Yeah.
Yeah, like this is the thing. Like again, you were talking about reverence earlier. Like I get a feeling like it was the same way when I was growing up. It's always this idea that we're the new generation. Fuck everything else. Like just throw that away. That's all garbage. and then they want to rewrite. It's every generation.
Yeah, I feel like every generation there is that in almost any community. Yeah, so when I was studying poetry at U of M, there was that. There was the formalist versus the postmodern poets. You know, the people that liked metered verse and thought that was an important institution to protect, and then there were the new people that were like, fuck, I don't even care if my shit's got alliteration in it. Like, it doesn't even have to look like a poem. It's going to look weird, and both are important. And at U of M, I think they did a pretty good job of showing reference to both camps. But yeah, I think that's just always going to be the case, because somebody, right? We are tribal. Like, human beings are definitely tribal. We can do this whole kumbaya peace, let's have peace. I've taken a few human history classes, and you're pretty much studying in human history is all the wars we've ever had. So this is what we do. We pick a side and then we attack the other side. So even like this whole we've been doing this forever, right? This is nothing new.
This is
us versus them.
It shouldn't be this way in mushrooms.
Of course
this is
not.
The problem, right? Mushrooms especially are like kumbaya psychedelic mushrooms. Why is there such divisions? This is what kind of makes me very, very sad, to be honest, because as this becomes more of an economic thing, it's going to get more and more split apart.
It's going to be worse, yeah.
And already, like you said, people are like, why does somebody care if you like me? What the fuck does that have to do with anything in their life? It's just so weird. And I get the same thing. And you got to be like careful who you talk about to this person and that person, because you don't know what tribe they're in, and it's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got people that we were friends until they found out I made a sterilizer because they bought a sterilizer from some other guy. And then, like the sterilizer tribe, I didn't even know it was a thing until all of a sudden I found out I had people that just straight up didn't like me. And I'm like, what did I do to you, man? Like, I didn't do anything to you.
I know. It's amazing that people, even the people like among the vendors with like spore swaps, they like, some of them hate each other, and it's like, we're all supposed to be on the same team.
Nope. Nope. It's what we do.
It makes me
sad. Do the fern girls do that, Ed? Do the fern girls hate the mushroom people?
Oh,
there were a lot of ferns in Appalachia, I can tell you that. I thought the fern girls were just going to come out and just jump on me, but no.
The liverwort people, they're like the most pretentious. They're like, they hate the bryologists. They're like, well, it's technically hepatology. It's not. Wow. It's not bryology. I study liverworts. They're hepatophytes, not bryophytes.
Yeah, I don't know about. I've never met a fern person. I do know that Mandy and Alan, they went down to Ecuador, and apparently the week before they got there were some reptile people there. Now again, I'm gonna keep. This is all new to me, so like I've never been to a NAMA. I don't have a PhD in mycology, so being around some of these people, it was new for me. So I keep referencing Arlene quite a bit. She said, you just pick your thing. She's like, and you just pick your thing, and then that's your thing. It can be race cars. It can be just sitting and drinking a beer, watching football. If that's your thing, okay, good for you. But, hopefully you pick a thing that you're really passionate about and interested in, and then you somehow contribute to. That's kind of the ideal situation. But she was just like, fungi picked me. I really didn't have a say in the matter. I could have tried to get away. I couldn't have gotten away from them. That just wherever I went, the mushrooms were there. And I thought that was a very cool way of putting it.
Yeah. Some people, the guy asked me 2 days ago, like, why do you study mushrooms? And I just honestly didn't know what to tell them. I was like, I don't know.
Why do you watch football? I don't know. Why do you drink beer? Exactly. I don't know. Why do you do anything you do?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't know. I do something because I don't want to grow old and senile, and it's something that I can continue to learn for the rest of my life. Like,
you really don't even need, if someone doesn't understand having an interest or a passion and pursuing it, I don't think any response you can give that person is going to actually work or resonate with that person anyway.
Yeah. A lot of people like money. That's usually the main reason they study things.
Yeah.
If you're gonna
did we talk about it? I can't remember who I talked about with this, but back in the day, right? Scientists, it was purely about science. Or if you go way back, the first scientists were just keen observers. So they were usually also illustrators or artists, right? Like take Da Vinci. He was both an artist and a scientist. Observing was the important feature, right? They were observers of the world, and they did both these things. Ernst Haeckel, for example. But now there's a new model. The new model is not purely to know why. The new model is to go, I'm smart enough to do this whole science thing, and I think I can make some money doing it if I can only just find one little thing to capitalize on. And that's where we're at now. I think there's a lot of people that are doing that. I don't think that's everybody. I think there's still some real scientists out there, but people want that money.
Well, it could be academic position. It could be just a promotion. It could be some kind of longer gain. I mean, I think a lot of people also look now in the very short term. What can I do in the next 6 months or a year to make my life better? Which is understandable. Sure. When you start to study things like if you're going to go into academia, like you're not going to get rich doing it and you're not going to make any money doing it.
Right.
You can support a family and have a nice career, but that kind of dedication is not what most younger people have these days. It's kind of ironic that we live longer, but people look in the more short term. Like instead of working for something for 10 or 15 years, like your educational background and maybe a crappy job, where like you might work in the herbarium instead of like being the director, so instead of starting off doing that, they just want to jump to the end point where they get all the money. And they don't really look. I've noticed a lot of people. I think this is going to get worse because academia and the educational system is just so kind of shorting out because of COVID and everything that happened. Like the students now don't seem to have any sort of endpoint. There's no reason to invest the time now for a later gain or something that's going to happen later that could be beneficial. They want things to happen now, and if they don't see a tangible like benefit right now, they don't do it.
Interesting.
Like how long we've been in school. Like
I wonder if if I had on 20 science professors who were well regarded, doing some important research, I wonder how many of in older, like close to retirement age, I wonder what they would say as far as like, what were you students like back in the 80s versus what are you students like now? And to get them to actually answer that question honestly, I would be curious whether they felt that that they had to navigate their students differently now than they did back then, or if there's still a handful of people that get it and care about it or not. I wonder.
Yeah, and I wonder in 10 years from now too.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely concerned about this like sort of Generation Z or whatever. The students around the ages of 20 they're in like such a sort of like haze of like what has just happened and what am I going to do for a job? Am I going to have a job? Should I even try to get a job? Should I get an education? Should I just start a business? They are confronted with things. When I was growing up, it was pretty straightforward. Like you went to school, you got a degree, you went to work, you worked, you retired. It's not like that anymore.
No.
And even the people like our age, like I know 50-year-old people that are getting fired from the jobs that they worked for 20, 30 years, and they're just laid off, and then that laid off turns into like retirement.
Right.
And that's like the world we live in now.
Oh, the kiss of death is losing. If you've been in one career your whole life and you're between 45 and 60 and you lose your job, right? The job that you maybe hope to hit one more rung on the ladder from, and you lose that, you're done. These days, you're done. I mean, they do that in nursing too. And this is like my 4th career. I'm not married to this career. I could walk away tomorrow if a better opportunity came up. this is I'm classic ADHD, right? I don't have a passion. I have just passions. What is it this year? What is it, 5 years from now? Everything's fascinating to me. So, but in nursing, they love it when the old people retire and they encourage it. One of my coworkers, she's older than me. She's been a nurse for 34 years. And she had what she thought was going to be her last job up towards Cleveland area a little bit more. And they just straight up laid her off. She was like almost, I think she was 4 years away from having her full pension. And they just came up with a way of getting rid of her. It was all under the guise of like, oh, we don't need as many nurses now, blah, blah, blah. And then no more than 6 months later, they asked her to come back. And she said, okay, how much are you going to pay me? And they wanted to pay her $6 less than what she left at. And she said, why on earth would I take that offer? But this is what they're doing to people now. They're just playing games. It's like with Walmart, right? Walmart doesn't have any full-time employees other than upper management and mid-level management because they don't want to pay anybody benefits, right? This is pensions are gone, a lot of part-time work. I mean, this is all a sign that corporations don't care about people. People don't care about people. This is why we all have psilocybin, right? As best case scenario, it reconnects us to nature, to the people we love, all this kind of stuff, because we live in a world that doesn't seem to be caring about that stuff. Like Rachel Harris was on, and she blew my mind in her book when she was talking about, she said, the psilocybin thing, right? She's like, right now our society is only framing it by legality and medicinal value. She said, but the most important aspect of this medicine is its spiritual medicine, what it can do for our psyches, our spirits, this kind of thing. And she's like, that's not even really on the table. And she's like, society doesn't do that, right? In our culture, that's not discussed whatsoever. And wardrobe. All right, I know wardrobe.
But you can just study mushrooms, you don't have to study psilocybe mushrooms too.
Exactly, yeah.
Like a lot of people out there, one of the people I was talking to, they didn't even realize like there were other mushrooms besides like drug mushrooms.
That
like a lot of
blows my
people really,
mind.
yeah, there's really a section of the younger community that believes that mushrooms are either for pizza or to get high.
Right.
They don't realize. And to be honest, I grew up in the woods and I didn't really notice mushrooms. If you talk to a lot of the foragers, they'll be like, I was in the woods my whole life and I just never noticed the mushrooms. But once you start noticing them, you're like, wow, they're like everywhere. Like they're in your front yard, they're at the park.
Yeah.
They're.
I mean,
they're
didn't you? I mean, I thought we had almost the identical childhood, but my first house, we lived on the sand dunes of Lake Michigan. I was 3 houses down from the state park in Muskegon, and I didn't play with toys. I rode my bike. I built forts in the woods. I literally lived in the woods. So I saw mushrooms all the time. I mean, now do you see these Instagram videos where somebody finds a mushroom and then they just throw it against a tree? That was like me my whole childhood. We'd find a cool mushroom, show it to whoever I was playing with, and then we just throw it against a tree. That was like what I did.
That's what I did too, but when I was like 16 and I realized that I got interested in edible plants, and so I realized that, yeah, everybody's kicked a puffball or probably found a morel or jumped on a polypore and tried to knock it off the tree.
Right.
But that's not really studying. I mean,
No.
That was my interest in mushrooms until I realized, that's what I'm saying, the people who are into psilocybes, they need to realize that there's like 99% more of the mycology stuff out there. It's not just puffballs, morels, and like psychedelic mushrooms. There's like other kinds of mushrooms.
But that is important though. See, I say this because when I ask everybody their myco origin story, in the back of my head, I'm always hoping that the story they tell is a very early story with some sort of relationship to mushrooms. And some people have said that, but often it's, early adulthood, magic mushrooms. For me, I can tell you for a fact, all my passions in life, woodworking, bonsai, mushrooms, mountain biking, literally almost everything besides music, everything I have been super passionate about goes back to the woods, right? Like living every day, all summer in the woods. That's where all those passions start. I mean, that's my belief about it. When I built furniture, I would do I would do these little art fairs and artisan fairs and stuff, and most people would just walk right by your furniture, and in your mind you're like, how are you walking by this? This is like the most breathtaking. And I'd like to think I was pretty good. All my designs showcased wood grain and really showed off what was special about every species of wood I work with. And so, but most people just walk right by. But, maybe 1 out of 10 would stop and just be in awe of it. And you can't, why is that? That's just like, right, with mushrooms or flying or whatever your fucking interest is.
Well, that's what
something happened when you were young that formed a relationship to that thing you're interested in. That's my belief anyway.
Yeah, but that's our upbringing. I'm
Sure.
not interested in I'm not really interested in motivating those people because
Right,
they're
right.
motivated already. What I want to do is put ideas into somebody who never had those experiences because they didn't have those opportunities.
I'm
Like
with
if
you
I
there.
can if I can inspire somebody who grew up in the hood to like pick up a book about mushrooms and be like, wow, like this polypore that's growing on the park where I play basketball, like it has a name and it has a history.
Right.
And there's other polypores, and oh, I might go out in my grandma's backyard, she lives a little bit
Right.
outside of town, and wow, there's all these mushrooms out there too. That's how it starts.
Yes.
So if you can plant those seeds in people's heads, that's what I want to do. And also
spores.
realize
Let's
you
put
make sure
spores in their heads.
that might have been in there for a long time.
Right.
But it's almost like a addictive almost, because once you start to like find out things that you didn't even know existed, you're just like, wow, there's
Right.
like this whole world. And now with
Yeah.
like you were talking about identifying mushrooms. Here's another thing I'll just say outright. You don't need a book to identify mushrooms. There's so much stuff on the internet.
Oh yeah.
When
that's
people
true.
ask me what book I should use, I'm sorry, who reads books anymore? I don't read books.
Right.
If I want to find something out, I go on the internet. And I
Right.
don't know if that's sort of like people's like effort to be like, look how dedicated I am. I want to buy a book. You don't need a book to study mushrooms. 90% of the stuff is right there in the Google search bar. If you want to
That's
know
true.
what a dichotomous key is, you just type it in Google. There's Mushroom Expert is a great one. There's just hundreds. So many.
Oh
I
yeah.
stopped bookmarking them. There's so many keys to the
Right.
Midwest Boletes and the Bolete filter and NAMA filters, and there are like hundreds and hundreds. When I used to do the website for the MMHC, the Michigan Mushroom Hunters Club, like it was like revolutionary to put like a key
Right.
on the internet.
Right.
Back in like 1994, that was like some revolutionary shit, man, to put like, ooh, like hyperlink to like, oh, if it's got a decurrent gills, go to number 5, and you like hyperlink it to number 5. Like that
Right.
was some revolutionary shit, man. Like
Oh
now
yeah.
you've got like pull down menus, and you just do like, 6 or 7 characters at a time, and you get to that genus like almost immediately.
Right.
Like spore color, gill attachment, annulus, no annulus, vulva, no vulva, and you're there already. So those were like those how to know genera or how to know genus, mushroom to genus or whatever it's called. Those books, they have very old names. Those books don't have Coprinopsis or Coprinella.
Right.
Or in them, they're like old school. Like there's probably 50 genera that would have been in Agaricus in that book that are now like Microsaliota and
Right.
Megacolibia and Microcolibia. Like, so those older books sometimes are not, unfortunately, the best places to go
Right.
because they'll confuse people. Like everything else, the best place to go is the internet.
You're right. That was even referenced by multiple presenters. Like there was sort of a classic like moment where they would go, well, okay, they would say the old name and then correct themselves and make a comment about like, yeah, they would either directly say, yeah, I can't keep up or something like that. But yeah, it's true. You can buy a book from 2020 these days, and that book might be out of date in 2 years. So.
Oh, the bolete names. I'm sure
Oh, yeah.
Alan Bassett was on, because he's like the authority on Eastern
He's
North
the
American
bolete guy, yeah.
boletes, and he knows all the genera that were. So they're not. Here's the ironic thing: they're not new genera. Those are old names that
They're
you have
just
to
being-
rediscover.
Yeah. Right.
But because somebody 50 years ago
Right.
thought it was a different genus based on maybe, oh, the spores have little bumps on them,
Right.
or they're striate or something like that, they would put it into a different. It's not bolete,
Right.
it's boletellus.
Right.
If you don't know boletellus existed 50 years ago, that's where the dedication comes in. Is you have to be familiar with not what is going on now, but the last 50 years of stuff, or maybe even
I
longer.
get that, where I'm like, the answer I want to a certain question, I'm like, God, finding this is going to be impossible for me because I'm too new to this. Whereas if I ask a guy who's been doing this for 30 years, he go, oh yeah, just this, and this. But to try to decipher that on your own takes more work, because like you're saying, right? They're all the mushrooms. There's probably in the last 100 years, if you could just somehow be omniscient and just know all the mushrooms that ever existed 100 years ago versus now, same mushrooms. All that's changing is how we're identifying them. Are we finding them? Are we not? The mushrooms aren't changing. How we classify them, what we're using to classify them is changing, but it's all just the mushrooms.
There's issues like European names, North American names.
All
Is
that
it the
stuff.
same thing? When you guys go out west for the NAMA next year, you're gonna see the West Coast. You're gonna see what we would call Cantharellus siberius. You'll be like, that's not siberius.
Right.
Like, it's not the right thing, but that's when you put it on the table, you're gonna be like, oh, that goes in the Cantharellus siberius. Now it might be Formosus or Oregonensis or whatever it's called now, but it's like you kind of need to know. It's a big thing. I mean, I almost laugh now sometimes when I see somebody make a Facebook post and they put like a species name. I'm like, whoa, that's brave.
Oh, I got attacked. Rizzy gave me a hard time right away. I put up a little eyelash cup, and
that's exactly what I was thinking about.
Yep. He said, well, until you pull out your microscope, you don't know. And I said, I hear you. I didn't have a microscope with me. I had never seen one. It's literally about 3 millimeters. It's so tiny. There's nothing to it. I thought it was cool. So the pictures I looked up, it looked spot on, and it on iNata said it was very commonly occurring in that area. So I went with it, and so I had to later adjust my post to potentially it's this, and here's a little information about it, and I'll get it sequenced and figure out what it is, whether I was right or wrong. But yeah, you're right. You definitely
wait, Coke. See, so you say that so casually and cavalierly. I'll get it sequenced and figure out what it was.
You're right. I did say that cavalierly.
How are you?
I did.
How are you?
I'm assuming that because two different people told me that you have to identify it microscopically, that it's fairly well studied, and I was assuming that it would be in GenBank. But yes, I made some assumptions there. I might not ever know what it is.
But
I'm fingers crossed. I'm hoping
from the two names would have to be in. So see what we're getting back to this is that whoever put that sequence in GenBank put a name on it.
I hear you. I hear you.
That name is matching. The sequence is matching to the name that was put on it by a person, not the person. That doesn't mean that's what it is.
Here's what I mean. I hope that the sequence is 100% match to a paper written by somebody who I can trust that gave that sequence a name.
That's a big assumption, because I can right now go on GenBank and put sequences and give them a name. Anybody can do it.
Yeah, but if the sequence is linked to a paper, right, that should mean more than a random
Yeah,
sequence.
yeah, but
That's
that
all I'm
means
saying.
there's got to be somebody studying Scutellinia, the eyelash cup
Right.
fungus, and then there has to be somebody who has went back and looked at the whole
Right.
genus and all the names and the taxonomy that was used to separate those names.
Yes.
So just matching it to a sequence on GenBank,
Right.
I'm sorry, keep going back to this.
Sure.
Matching a sequence on GenBank is not the be all end all of
You're
like,
right.
oh, I
It's not.
got that, because that sequence is attached to a name that somebody, a human, put on that sequence.
I am on your side. I have heard your point. I agree. Yes.
It's
you
not
are
my
right.
side.
You are right.
Again, well, you're going back to the
Well, it's
tribalism.
just me and you
This isn't
talking,
my,
Ed. I'm not.
this is
I
my
can
side.
say that. I'm just
If
saying I am on
if
your
I have a
side.
dog and I tell you this is a Doberman and
Right.
it's not, it's a Cocker Spaniel, but the only person who tells you that's a Doberman is me, and you don't have any other information, you're gonna think this dog is a Doberman.
Right.
Like, see, I don't like this
Sure.
is something I constantly talk about with people, and I don't know why it's like so hard to understand.
It's
The
not, Ed.
sequence.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I'm a fast talker. I talk before I think sometimes. I do my best thinking out loud. I use the wrong terminology, dude. My apologies. I won't ever
No
know
need
what
to
I
ap-
have because I gave that specimen to Kyle, and there ain't much to it. I probably won't get it back, and if I did, it probably wouldn't be much to look at under a microscope. I should have saved one for myself and did that work, but I didn't.
I didn't say you should do that. We were talking about the names and the GenBank sequences.
Right.
I didn't say any. I don't really. If you care about Scutellinia and you plan on studying it further, yes.
No, it just looked really cool, so I put a photo up, and I thought I can either just put a photo up, or I could maybe put also some words that might make the photo more contextualized and more interesting. So that's what I did. Yeah.
I'm not saying
Anyway,
anything bad about
I
that.
can tell you right now, all
I'm
the people.
I'm not attacking you
I
for
know.
putting a picture up
I
on
know.
Facebook. I'm just saying once you get a name and that's the only part of all
I'm
that
with
stuff
you.
we just said for the last 4 minutes. The only part I had a problem with is once I get a sequence, I'll know what it is.
Right.
That's a
I was
very, very
I was being
bold
optimistic.
statement.
Yeah.
I know it's lovely to get a name when you get a name and like you can put it up there and be like, look, I'm a mushroom taxonomist now.
Right.
But if that name is based on a sequence in GenBank, like we've kind of been through this with the Natalensis thing for the last like year and a half, right?
Right.
And I'm still getting people that like don't like, but that's in GenBank. And it's like, yes, that's one sequence in GenBank. It's
Right,
a string of A, C, G's, and T's that has no physical specimen connected to it.
Right.
So how is that meaningful? It's like kind of irrelevant information. It's
It is. It's 100% irrelevant. Yes. And you and I both agree, or we both do not believe that what we are culturing and growing is likely not a cube. I'm with you. But like, what do? Apparently, several people have tried to even find out where the holotype is and can't even figure out where it is.
Yeah, I've kind of given up on that whole thing
No,
because
no photos, dude. I tried to pay the money to get the paper, the 95 paper. I can't even get that paper. I just bought 2 obscure books and paid a bunch of money because I thought I was going to get photos from those things, and nothing.
yeah,
So 1995, nobody could take a fucking picture of this thing.
some things get hidden for reasons. And
Sure,
it usually
right.
revolves around money.
I mean, who knows? I don't know. But yeah, it's tricky. It's fun. It's a mystery. It's fun to pursue.
But there's a certain point at which I think like you kind of got to give up on certain things. It's like, you know, people going on and on about this, it's never gonna like be resolved. So I'm kind of
Right.
like when people ask me about certain things, it's kind of just like it's getting boring.
Right.
Like it's like, okay, we're never gonna know. And then the same thing gets pulled up again and again, and it's
Right.
like, wow, we need to move on. You guys, we need to move on.
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Everybody
I just
likes
don't.
growing Natalensis, whatever it is. I mean, whatever this name we've given it, whether it's actually Natalensis or whatever, but everybody likes growing it. Everybody
Well,
likes
the things I
ingesting
have
it.
labeled as Natalensis and Nats and NSS and things like that. Like, I have all three of them, but those were labeled by a person.
Right.
So when the NSS that I have, if somebody else got an NSS and they labeled it Nats
Right.
because they thought that stood for Natalensis super strain, and they were just like, "Hey,
Right.
Nats."
Mm-hmm.
You know, one of those. I mean, one of
Didn't
those.
you talk to that South African guy? Or maybe I didn't. I was telling you about this guy. But anyway, this guy claims that he knows the family who took I forget who the people were on the 95 paper, but anyway, he claims that he knows the people who took them to the patch to show them where the Natalensis grew, and he knows where that is, and you know, he's seen photos of what we're calling Natalensis, and he's like, that's not Natalensis. And I said, oh, okay, well then what is that? And he goes, well, these people, when they came, they also brought a strain of cubensis from here over. He's like, everybody over here knows what that is. Now, again, you're on the internet, so I don't even know if that guy's actually in South Africa. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. Until I go to South Africa, meet the guy, meet the family, like, I'm still a little skeptical, but yeah, you
could just be lying. I hate to say it,
like
but there are
most
people
everybody
that
does in this
literally
community.
just
Yeah.
straight up lie. Things that I took as like actual like real facts, and then I find out that they were just complete lies.
Right.
And when I do like my live streams, like they're pulling out these like things like I heard this, so I read this, and I'm like, where did you read that, and who does?
Right.
So yeah, sorting through the misinformation is that it's going to be a bigger problem. That's the same thing when we get, so like adding a bunch of, so to go back to it, but adding a bunch of DNA sequences onto the problem of mushroom taxonomy is going to make the situation worse.
I agree with you. I hear that. I think you're right.
So I don't know if we had a sequence of every mushroom, then you still have to figure out how to separate them. So you're still back to the realm of taxonomy. Like 100 years ago, it would have been simply something like spore color, which is fairly obvious.
Right.
But if you get in a modern context, then you have a cubensis that has translucent spores. And
oh my God, dude! The
like,
whole
what do you?
Right. This whole weekend, so there were like 5 or 6 species that were everywhere. And it was fascinating to see, even in the wild, how different they could look. Fairly different. So anyway, it made me think. Now, I know certain, you know, the gill structure, cap structure, things like that, you know, I more or less stay the same. But there were such morphology variations. And in the ID room, that was always the challenge, right? They said, you know, ideally, you're bringing us multiple fruits at various stages of the fruiting development. And you're definitely telling us what substrate it grew on. You're telling us as much information as possible. We're smelling it. We're tasting it. And then sometimes we even have to go start looking at conidia and stuff like that, and spores. But it made me think about, man, how many cubes that we grow that we know for a fact are cubes would fit the type species description for cubes. And yet it is a cube.
Yeah, I joke about like some of the stuff I have. I could literally walk up to a professional mycologist and be like, what is this species? They would have no clue.
Idea.
No idea. Like some albino 𝐥𝐤𝐤 or whatever. I walk up and they're just gonna be like, I don't know, is it some kind of like oyster? What the hell is that? They're just gonna be looking at me like,
oh my God, maybe you just came up with the best new spin-off YouTube channel, is just bringing different exotic cultigens to real mycologists and just being like, bringing some enigma, but like you grew it like on some forest floor substrate, and you're like, I just found this. What do you think this is?
Well,
be
yeah, when you
funny.
get in that those hypogeus and the 𝐥𝐤𝐤𝐤 things, like
Oh
the
yeah.
yeah. There, so it's called morphological plasticity, and this is a classic Dunning-Kruger effect. Like people get used to one phenotype and they
Right.
see that phenotype and then they think that they know that mushroom. And then you go to like a NAMA Foray and like six people come in with six different collections and they're all sitting on the table in one pile and you're like, oh, those are all the
Right.
same species? And you know they are because somebody with a lot more experience than you has
Right.
put them in
Yep.
the same pile and you're just looking at them like, wow, if I would have found those differently in different places, I would have thought they were different. But
Yep.
they're
Yeah.
not. And then when you start looking at them, you're like, oh, okay, well, that one's just younger, and that one was maybe
Mm-hmm.
growing sideways out of the log, and that was on the top. And then you start to realize that, oh, there's this huge, huge concept. That's where we get these ideas of species concepts, and you have to get almost this sort of like imaginary, like when the Audubon guides, like for the birds and stuff, they used to do watercolors and they used to do it for mushrooms and flowers
Right.
because that is the artist's sort of synthesis of like all the different looks, the different
Right.
phenotypes that they have seen. And so when they put that one image in the Audubon book or whatever, that is kind of like a an amalgamation of all the different like
It's like anatomy diagrams.
yeah,
And then you
it's
take human anatomy and you're actually dissecting a cadaver and you're like, oh, none of these drawings or illustrations really capture the arrangement of all this. It doesn't
yeah.
capture, nerve tracks and veins and arteries and kind of where things fit into other nooks and crannies of organs and stuff like that. Until you actually dissect it, you don't know that stuff. 100%.
Yeah, a
The
500
ones
pound person and a 120-pound person are going to look dramatically different.
right. But I loved at the foray, and I'll be, in the coming weeks posting more content and stuff like this about it. But the ones I really liked was when they had maybe 5 to 10 different fruits of a given species, and you could actually. This is the real value of NAMA at the end, is you get to peruse all these mushrooms. You get to smell them. You get to feel them. You get to look at them in real life, not like in a photo. Now, of course, it's best if you kind of get there right as the foray is ending and they're dropping them off still pretty fresh. They do change a touch in their coloring and character. I learned that my old ultraviolet flashlight doesn't work, a day and a half later on a lot of fluorescent mushrooms because it's all based on chemicals and the chemicals start degrading and stuff like that. So stuff
Yeah,
that was glowing.
fluorescence is not really a big taxonomic character.
No, but it's
Like
it's
it's not
fun.
like
It's cool
it's
to see.
fun,
Yeah.
but it's not. You're not gonna see that in like a
Oh no,
dichotomous
no.
key. Like, does
Yeah.
it glow or not? It's like there's 20 other things you should learn before that.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, the
and
real
none of the guys were using that. They weren't going around,
I-
Yeah.
oh,
No, that was not a thing. It's just spectacular to see. It's just really cool to see.
well, the real mycologists, you can pick them out straight away because the people who are gonna go on because they're not there in the morning. They're there at 8 o'clock at night while everybody's off, like getting
Yep.
drunk. They're the ones sitting at the ID table, like with a glass of wine, maybe,
Yep.
and like looking at every single mushroom and like writing things down and taking pictures. And
Yep.
those are the people who are going to go on to be the mycologists. So a lot of times when people say they want to be a mycologist too, I wonder why. Like if you want to be a mycologist and study mycology, you have to ask yourself why.
Right.
Like it's great to be like part of the new like myco revolution, but you really, really got to ask yourself, like if you're gonna really study mycology, you have to have something in you that probably is not driven by greed, not
Right.
by fame, not by Instagram glory. Like I said while you were there, you don't see those people at that foray. They're not on Instagram. They're not on probably maybe Facebook. They're not putting Instagram posts up because they don't
Right.
really care about all that stuff.
Yeah.
So any like person who's a proper
I mean, so
mycologist,
okay, I'm
like,
gonna shout somebody out though. Gordon Walker, he does the Fascinated by Fungi Instagram. he was at the tables quite a bit. Now, I mean, he wasn't there more than anybody else, but he was at the tables and he was trying to clarify understanding about certain genera and certain particular species. But I agree with you overall. Yeah. Overall, like the guy here, I'm going to pull this guy up.
Well, I'm not saying it's bad to be on Instagram. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's not where it's
those
happening.
aren't real mycologists.
Right.
I'm sorry. If you spend more time posting on Instagram than looking through a microscope or doing like field this, you're not a real mycologist. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right, let me see if I can pull.
So you're like the chefs, you know, like the celebrity chefs that used to, like, you know, that big phase of like celebrity chefs. Like real chefs don't consider those people chefs.
Right.
Right.
I hear you. All right, so this guy, John Plischke. So let me go back over here. So he most observations at NAMA this year, most species, and quite honestly, the number 2 slot wasn't even close. And this guy, you could have gone there at 2 a.m. and he was the guy still there. So he not only was foraging and finding, but he was just living in that gym. He was absolutely obsessed.
Was he benching and doing curls?
No, there was a gym adjacent there, so he could have gone to do that, but no, that would have interrupted his that would have gotten in the way. But yeah, he a lot of people, he did a lot of good work for the foray for sure. But you're right. Yeah, there's but that's fine. Some people like to go out and get them, and then some people like to be at the tables. One day I would love to be at the tables. I don't know shit yet, so I'm not going to be at the tables anytime soon. But yeah, there was definitely a crew that were the identifiers. People who were really
steep learning curve.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like me not being in America for 20 years, I would be probably pretty useless at an ID table. Because I wouldn't know the new genera names.
Right.
Like,
and I mean, NAMA's careful too. You know, the crew that they used at the Appalachian NAMA is going to probably be slightly different than the crew they use in Washington next year. Because they really want all the real, and they sort of went by, right. It's just like you said, you know, your buddy said you could get to the genus, so you would get to genus. They would have the easy to identify mushrooms, and then there was a table specifically for like Alan Bassett and, you know, some of these other guys who really know the area super well.
Yeah,
and that's cool to see.
But if you don't have an interest in the newly sanctioned genus of boletes, you could just call it a bolete. Yeah. You know. And
yeah. I mean, the what is it? The bisporus bicolor. Right. I actually talked to Alan about a couple of my boletes in my yard, and he made, I forget exactly what he said, but he made some comment about, I said something like, oh, the bolete, that's not a bolete. And he just kind of laughed like, yeah, well, like it's a bolete.
Yeah, well, the whole genus, like agaric, everything used to be an agaricus that had gills,
right.
And boletes were the ones that had pores. Right. And even polypores were like, that was a long time ago though. This again get back to like, how do you get famous? You publish a new name and you put your name after it. So there's an inherent drive, especially among the academics and stuff, to like publish new species and new genera.
Right.
Or revive old names. So this is again something that's unfortunate. If you want to be famous, you find something new. And an easy way to do that is to shift something that was like you said, these mushrooms have been there for hundreds of, probably thousands of years. They had a name, but now that name's not the same. But that doesn't mean like they didn't exist before. Right. It's a lot of people again have that idea that like every time they find something new, just because you find something new doesn't mean it's like a brand new species. You just need to.
I'm inclined, like I said earlier, I don't believe, I mean, even the term new species seems like a weird term for me because it's been there. We just didn't find it yet. Now, and to his credit, William Padilla Brown made this comment in one of his presentations. He said, like, this whole, like, calling something an undescribed species or a new species, he's like, let's just say we just don't know what we got yet. Like, he made some comment like that, and I was like,
That
yeah,
is, yes.
yeah, we just don't know what we got yet.
I find it really hard to believe that, considering the history of mycology in Eastern North America for the last several hundred years, that you go out on your 5th foray and all of a sudden in the
Right.
local park you found a new species.
Right.
Like, that is like astronomically, like,
Now,
very, very unlikely.
Yeah, it's
Like,
unlikely.
because you don't
I
know
don't
what
assume.
it is.
Yeah. Right.
A lot of people do, though. I very frequently
Sure,
hear that.
because for the
kind of
reason
thing,
you
like,
just said, which is they're hoping they just find something brand new. They want that's what they want. I'm inclined to go, I just want to know what it is. Like, I got a Amanita from my front yard. I thought it was Muscaria, the Alba variant. Got it sequenced, and it was not 100% matched to that. And they had 3 sequences, and if I'm not mistaken, they were from pretty reputable sources, linked to papers. But it matched with about 10 other sequences from Indiana and a few others from, I think, Pennsylvania, Georgia. I can't remember where the other state was, but it was the first one from Ohio. And my thought was just, we just don't know what that is yet. It's not a brand new mushroom. We got to link it to what it actually is now. And that particularly, that work is what Mandy was talking about, the back end work, which is linking sequences accurately to actually what it is. That's a lot of work, and that's so much work. And the problem is, and this is just my opinion, this is the problem of, like, how do you get people to do that work who actually, like, how do you get Alan to sit down and go, I'll help you link all those leads
he
you
doesn't
got.
have
He doesn't have the time.
Thousands of those people. And
exactly.
This is a dying field. I don't know.
Well, here's my problem with that statement, though. It's a dying field, which I hear what you're saying. You're right.
No, wait. What's a dying field? Wait. Before you go off.
Mycology.
Okay, so
like identifying mushrooms.
You were talking about the back. No, yes, okay, the back end.
I thought I was referencing what you were talking about.
The identifying of I was a field identification of mushrooms is a dying art.
Yes.
Because people aren't willing to put in the time.
Correct.
That is a dying art.
Like you were saying, a lot of people want to run the numbers. Mathematicians want to become mycologists now. I'm with you on that. So here's my problem, though, is we got 2 things happening. The dying art and science of mycology, field mycology, taxonomic identification of mushrooms that we're finding. But then simultaneously, there's this growing interest in mycology for its mining for medicinal value and, bioremediation and all the stuff we're listening to Paul Stamets say. So you got these 2 things, like, at some point in time, aren't those going to have to reconcile? I mean, that paper that we were talking about way back in the day on the show, the plant science paper, where they're like, look, man, if you guys are going to start talking about this stuff as medicine, you got to you're really going to have to make sure that you identify the mushrooms you're talking about. And to do that, you need a real mycologist. So that's what are you going to do?
We don't really need to call them mycologists, but you can just say you need somebody to identify mushrooms.
Correctly.
And most people are not willing to sit down for 3 hours with a single mushroom and look at the basidia size and the spore size and do the color, do the chemical reagent tests.
Yep.
They're not willing to do that. And there's nothing wrong with that. To be honest, it's pretty boring. I don't like doing it either. But if you're gonna study that, somebody has to do it. I hate to say it, but
somebody's got to do it.
We have 10,000 names with 10,000 sequences. That really doesn't get us any further.
Yeah, you made that point with me a long time ago, and I agree, and I still agree, and it's absolutely true. it would be great to know what you want to do with all these sequences. Now, I will say this though, the Matheny guy from Tennessee, he frequently referenced his ability and his grad students' ability to use GenBank for research purposes, and that there was, I mean, he didn't go into whether he had to mine through 50 bad sequences to find a good one, but he did seem to make the point that he and his grad students were using GenBank for their research. It was helping them.
Yes, I used it 20
Yeah.
years ago to do my research.
Yeah,
so I'm not.
It's
See,
not
I think
useless.
you're maybe no. See, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. You're not. I'm not saying sequences and names and GenBank are useless. I have sequences under my own name in GenBank. It is good for research, but what I'm saying again, I don't know how many different ways I can say this. If it's 1,000 names and 1,000 sequences, if the names are not right. So
Right.
Matheny and his students, they would know who the appropriate authors were for the appropriate names. Now,
Yeah.
if I don't know anything, if I go out my yard and I pick 100 mushrooms and I give them 100 names, and I don't know anything about that mushroom group, and I put them on GenBank, and somebody else goes and uses those names, my names, and they're not correct, that doesn't get us anywhere.
Right.
So somebody like Matheny and his students, they would know the appropriate authors.
Right.
So they're going to know if they're studying Lactarius that this author who submitted this sequence knows about Lactarius.
Right.
So I'm not saying that I don't think if you think I think GenBank is useless, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like half of I hope that's not what you think I'm saying. Otherwise, I'm being horribly misinterpreted.
Nope. This is just another one of those moments when we're arguing for no reason, which I do with my wife all the time. I get it.
Oh, because like 50% of the sequences in my thesis or my dissertation were from GenBank. So I don't know. Maybe it's the way I say it or the way you say it. I think
it's probably a little bit of both. Yep.
Sequences are useless. That's not.
No, I know that's not what you're saying. That's not what I was suggesting you were saying.
Okay.
Anyway, I want to pull this comment up here because it's worth noting. I can tell you what, by Sunday morning, the last time I walked into that gym, man, and there were a lot of boletes in there. I don't, if you guys have smelled rotting boletes, the fungal gnats love them, and boy, do they get rank. That gym, I mean, I love some umami. I love some earthy mushroom smell, but towards the end of the weekend, it was getting a little dicey in there.
Then maybe somebody had some in their backpack and they threw it in the corner.
Yeah, a lot of mushrooms. Now they had the air conditioning in that room just cranked. It was practically a refrigerator in there. But even so, still was a special.
All the little spore prints all over the table.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of mushrooms. I think you've made this point a couple times, and to go back to that question earlier of like, where do you start? You got to just like, do you got a favorite mushroom? Start with that one. Look at a book. Do you like a mushroom? Start learning. Like, just what do you got? If you got to be taught how to, like Ed was saying, if you're actually interested in the stuff, you'll just start pursuing the things you're interested in. You'll, want to learn, but it's okay if you don't. It's totally fine. I'm not like, I would love to be able to use GenBank and Blast and Mega 11 and all that stuff, but I definitely don't want to make that my life's work. I'm not that interested in that stuff. So you just got to follow what you're interested in.
Yeah, well, I'll make a admission here. I like to talk about cubensis. It's not because I like cubensis so much. I'm trying to get people interested in mycology.
Right.
Cubensis is like the tip of the tip of the tip. That's like a snowflake on the iceberg.
Yeah.
Anybody can learn how to grow
brown mushroom.
Anybody can learn how to grow cubensis.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody can be taught how to cubensis. My goal in life, I don't really care to teach you how to like grow cubensis. You can figure that out yourself. Any any guy off the street. I could pick some dude out here off the street who's like got a 7th grade education, bring them in here for 2 hours and they'll probably be able to grow cubensis. My ulterior motive is to get you interested in more mushrooms because mushrooms are so much, and fungi are so much more important than just getting high.
Right.
And a lot of people, unfortunately, they never get past that because, again, there's this tribalism, and then all of a sudden they get sucked into this, like, you're some kind of like, well, you're a cube person, or even, dude, like we've talked about the pan people. Like the pan people, they act like they're some kind of goddamn elitist. Like the cube people are down here. Like the pan people are like they're in Beverly Hills and we're all down on fucking like, Skid Row somewhere down
we got
there.
a meme. We
got
the
I
meme.
guarantee. Dude, straight away when I start talking to people about pans, I'm like, all right, don't get triggered here. They're gonna say something derogatory about like the cube people, like we're some kind of fucking caveman Neanderthals. Like, oh no, I grow pans. I did that when I was 4. I grow cube when I did that when I got out of diapers with my mom. Don't you, Uncle Ben's tech? Yeah, I did that with my mom when I was 4. And all of a sudden, like, I'm a pan grower or I'm an exotic grower, and it's like, wow. Y'all are like grasping at stuff to be proud about. Like, should you maybe prouder about like, I don't know, other things in life? Not just
my buddy 𝐥𝐤𝐤 just said pansexual redefined. There you go.
Like, I don't know. I probably just pissed off like 10 more people, but it's like growing pans does not make you better than the rest of the cultivators out there. I'm sorry. Because you like to play with shit doesn't make you better.
Right. But see, this is what I think this is what I love about this community is I think particularly because it is still underground, people like really show their true colors because it's not quite as visible. I mean, I'm just kind of spitballing here, but I love watching. At first it bothered me. Now I'm just fascinated by all the characters and all the behavior. It's just fascinating to me, all the goofy things we do in this community. But tribalism is definitely like, so I'm a pretty serious mountain biker. There are not the same tribes. It's not at the same level. There's definitely, you cross country mountain bike. Okay, that's cool. But I downhill mountain. There's a little bit of that. Or, you use an e-bike. Well, then you're really not biking. So there's little bits of that. I can tell you for a fact, though, it's not at the same intensity. The tribalism in our community is, for some reason, it is very strong. And it's like just every opportunity to delineate.
Yes. People look for reasons to separate.
They're looking for it. Looking for a reason to separate. And I can't figure out what that is. My working theory is that there's like a type of person that tends to be attracted to psychedelics, altered consciousness. It's people who are smart, who are thinking about a lot of things, probably ADHDers, but a lot of high IQs, a lot of bright people, whether they got PhDs or not. I do think there is a type of person that's attracted to these kind of recreational drugs, medicine, sacred medicine, whatever you want to call them. And so I think already maybe the baseline ego status is pretty high in this community. So then they come in and now it's like when I went to my first real class at U of M. And I was like, oh, I'm not the only smart kid in this class. Like, oh, other kids are also very smart. And so then you want to answer the question first, and you're going to make sure everybody knows you're the smartest, right? That I feel like that might be the dynamic that's going on in here.
Well, yeah, they're the people that have probably been the social outcasts, so they're already on the fringes, and then you add intelligence to it, so they differentiate themselves by that, and then they probably have different tastes in music and things. Like music is another one, like when people ask me like what music I like, I just don't answer anymore because I know immediately they want to pigeonhole me, be like, oh, you're a metalhead, oh, you listen to rap, oh, you listen to pop music, oh, you listen to, and it's like after that, their entire perception of me and everything I say depends on my answer to what type of music.
Well, but Ed, you already know the right answer to what kind of music you listen to in this community is Tool, right? You just say you listen to Tool, and then they'll instantly like you.
No, I don't try not to answer that.
Yeah.
That's it's confused me. I got
Yeah.
attacked yesterday by like a guy on YouTube who was saying that I wasn't passionate about mycology. And I'm like, who the hell is this motherfucker? I'm like, he literally, I laughed when I read it. I thought it was a joke. He was some guy who he said he found one of my videos. I was talking about what monokaryons look like on plates and then my diamond crosses. And he was like, you clearly don't care and you're apathetic and all this shit. I was like, this guy clearly doesn't know me. I thought it was like a joke at first. I'm like, he's like, you should stop making videos. You seem very apathetic and all this shit. I'm like, who the fuck is this?
Well, dude,
it was like a joke. I was like, I thought it was a joke at first. I'm like, does this dude know who I am? I'm apathetic.
That's so ridiculous.
He's like, I know why you don't have any subscribers because you're apathetic.
You don't have any subscribers? Don't you have like 3,000 subscribers? Or...
Yeah, but well, that's the ironic thing. I looked at his and he had like 115 subscribers. This dude has something up his ass. I don't know what his deal was, but he was clearly. Then I looked. He had some. I don't want to say, but he had some stuff on his YouTube page that was about how many times he had been kicked off and how he was being like restricted his freedom of speech and those types of guys, you know. And I was like, all right. I thought this was somebody that actually knew me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the thing.
Wouldn't it be cool if on the internet you had to raise your hand, like in school, and that just blurred everything out? I feel like imagine a classroom that worked like the internet, where you just blurted whatever out you wanted to say, and if somebody said something you didn't like, you just thumbs down them or you make a puke face. Like we have just really made our social actions just so limited. Like you just respond with a happy face or a frowny face or a puke face or like those are your options, or an angry face.
Yeah, what I've noticed is what's great is like I've made 2 or 3 videos where I was like, I shouldn't make those videos because it makes me look vulnerable. And then I had the best and most responses from those videos. People out there that actually care and understand. Like I'm like, my tent's messing up. Like, what do I do to fix it? And I had so many responses. Yesterday, I'm like, my pins have just died. Well, they were like this big and they just died. I got like the most information in like a single video that I would have taken me weeks to sort through all the different forums. And immediately I was like, wow, there's like 4 potential four potential solutions right there. Like things that I didn't even think about because you can't think about everything all the time.
Right.
And that's what's great. We should try to help each other. But this kind of like again, people fighting against each other.
I know.
I wish we'd get over this. Like it's like the bag people versus the tub people versus the tent people versus and like the Uncle Ben's people. And why is there this animosity? That's just the way people are, I guess.
Dude, day one, all I've been about is showing all the ways, all the things. I mean, I am on your side 100%. I want everyone to just do it the way they want to do it. I mean, I'm assuming they want results, but you really can get the results in several different ways. Yeah, but people, it's like with sports teams, man. Do you ever hear these people talk about their sports team?
Every day.
Sometimes they talk like, my favorite joke is like, you're good. They should hire you to be the coach. And they just look at me and I'm like, yeah, because you're talking like your opinion means fucking anything. Who did you even play that sport when you were in high school? Oh, you did for 1 year. Oh, cool. Tell me more about your sports strategy for that team. Yeah. But that's what people do.
Every night, the soccer game is the little place I sit over, and there's a lot of British people, and they come in, and like you can guarantee the first of 3 questions is, where are you from? What football team do you support?
Right.
Like this is very important to them.
Very
it's like
important.
Critical importance. If you say the wrong answer, they will they'll treat you a very different way.
Dude, I'm telling you, so our neighborhood, what is it? It's like, I think 2 days before Thanksgiving, usually we do this little lawnmower race around the neighborhood. So everybody brings their little tractor, their little, lawnmowers out, and they ride the lawnmowers around. and it's not a race. It's you're trying to do 2 runs and have your first and second run be as consistent as possible. So, and some guys show up and they have these like vintage lawnmowers, like these old Cub Cadets that they've restored. Other people have the like headers on it. Like some people go all out. Anyway, I showed up one year with the first year we moved here, I showed up with a trailer that was my dad's and it had a Michigan plate on it. I'm in Ohio. And I say to the guy who's orchestrating it for that year, he makes a comment, Michigan? Why you got a Michigan plate on there? And I go, well, I'm from there. And then he made some comment about U of M. And I said, oh, well, then I'll be sure not to tell you that that's where I went to college. He literally stopped talking to me that instant and made a point of trying to make like some disparaging comments at the end, like, and that guy, he's never gonna win. He went to U of M, and then he goes boo, and he gets all the people to boo me, and I'm just like, I wanted to be like, did even any of you fucking losers actually go to OSU? Like, do you even have any? Did you play football for OSU? Did you play any?
I'm so
like
clueless. I don't even know.
Oh, there's a big Michigan, U of M, OSU rivalry, but of course at U of M there's also a Michigan State rivalry.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was just like, and I watched sports when I played them, but then I grew up and like I played video games when I was a little kid. I don't play video games now. If you do, that's fine. I just don't. But I also don't like, if I find out that you're an adult and you play video games, I don't go, oh, you play video games? Like, who are these fucking people? Like, do you not feel good about yourself as a human being, that this is your whole strategy to feel good about yourself is just mindlessly hating something that's not you? But that's how fucking people work.
Yeah,
people do that shit.
I'm saying. When that gets transferred over to mushrooms, I'm totally blown away.
Oh,
'Cause
you
most
like
people-
you like growing in tubs?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
are you
don't
dumb?
talk to me. Yeah, don't talk to me. Oh, you're monotub like Neanderthal. Don't talk to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can't believe you
don't
grow in
know.
tubs. Oh, you
So
use
true.
liquid culture? Oh, you don't germinate from spore every time, bro. Who fucking cares? You got that much free time to give a fuck what I do? You don't even know me, man.
You know, the people who make those kind of distinctions, I feel sorry for them and their pathetic life usually. I'm like, wow, this is the only thing you have to grasp onto for your identity is like the football team you like. That is like your identity. And it's like, wow, you lead a pretty sad life.
Dude, Baron just said, this is why I watch this podcast. I've been growing 30 years. Maybe I learned something, but mainly entertainment. Yeah, exactly. I can grow, I'm growing mushrooms just fine. But if I talk to somebody, I might pick something up that's worth trying. And I've tried a bunch of stuff. It's all good. You just nailed it. This is something we love. We get to talk about it. We get to see how other people do it. Like, oh, I can juggle. Cool. How do you do it? Oh, you do it like that? Oh, cool. Right? Like, it doesn't have to be a, you juggle with 4 balls? Have you tried 5? Oh, no, you won't do 5. I won't talk to you. Like, this is what we do in this community. What the fuck?
Yeah, maybe it's every hobby. Every hobby's like that. You know,
it's
like
no. I'm telling you, it's not that way in mountain biking. Like, for example, around here, pivots are a real popular bike. Everybody rides a pivot because they have some good, the geometry for the trails around here are good. It is probably one of the better brand bikes you can buy. And there might be a little bit of, like, if you ride a pivot, then you're in the cool kids club. If you don't, like, oh, cool, you bought a truck? I tried a truck. Yeah, it didn't work for me. You should really try a pivot. But they'll still ride with you. Right? They'll like still actually ride their bike with you. They'll maybe give you a little dig or, you know, let their opinion be known. But it's not like here. It's not like, oh, you grow in tubs. Oh, like, I mean, all this stuff. It's so, I'm not in my server. All my people are cool. But
Well,
everywhere else.
got to remember too, though, that like sometimes we interact like with the loudest people. So
True.
I think that's what's interesting about some of the posts I've made of the videos. Like I hear from people that normally would sit in the background, like whoever just said been going 30 years. They're not gonna comment on a Facebook post probably.
Right. Wardrobe Country just said,
Yeah.
I only grow from Mon pairings. Dude, you're not attacking Ed, are you? Because these days that's
No,
well,
here's the thing. People think that I'm some kind of Mon like champion. I am
Right.
not. They're like, well, when this is dude, you okay, to be honest, you trigger me when you said this is what you told me, because normally when people say that, they say, "Well, Ed, I know you don't like ghetto crossing." And I'm like, "When the fuck did I say
Right.
that?
Right.
When did I ever
No, man,
say
you
that?
know I'm
I
not gonna
never
throw
said
you
that."
under the bus,
No,
dude. That's
no,
not
but
my
when you say
style.
things like, "Well, you told me this book was good," I'm like, "Oh shit, what did I tell him?" No, not what did I tell him. I'm like, what does he think I told him?
Right.
So that's what people often they hear.
Well, you
what
did tell me that was a good
Yes,
book, and I
did.
did buy it, and I
did.
liked that book.
But no,
Yes.
you see,
I
like
know.
for like 2 minutes, I was like, "Oh my god, what the fuck book is he
I
gonna
could
pull up?"
tell. I could tell. That's
Because
why I
when
pulled it
I
up.
get paraphrase, like people often like quote
Right.
people wrong. And then
Right.
the whole thing, you leave out a few words here and there, and it becomes, oh, Ed did a Mon
Mhm.
cross, so now he hates ghetto. Again, it's back to the tribalism shit.
Right.
It's like just because I accidentally got a mono carry-on and I chose to
Yeah.
get another one, I have nothing against ghetto. By the way,
Right.
ghetto crosses are Mon crosses. I've tried to make
Right.
this. This is
Right.
another thing. If you don't understand this, a Mon
Has to
cross,
be.
it's all Mon crosses.
If it's a successful cross, I mean, well, even if
Yes.
it's not, it's a Mon. I mean, it's all that. But yeah, I know where you're going.
I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
people have probably
But
watched
Ed,
those
look
Japanese
at.
videos.
Hey guys, look what Ed sent me.
Oh, I don't know. Oh yeah.
We got CKB
Oh, there you
X
go.
B minus. That's a dicaryon with a mono.
Oh yeah.
What
Look at
else do we got here?
Those things go through the mail so well.
We got
I'm always
CKB X. What is AMK?
AMKR? AMAC Revert, which is
AMAC Revert.
one of
Okay.
Dave's creations.
Nice.
AMAC Revert. I can't remember.
All right, what else do we got? Check it out here. I'm gonna.
That was a random. All my Mon crosses and diamonds, they're random stuff. They're just random stuff. They're not like planned. I have no plan.
You don't like work backwards from the ultimate name of all time? Okay.
No, don't.
I know.
Gosh.
No, you don't, dude.
Come up with some. I haven't even named like one or two things.
All right,
that
guys.
My friend...
If you liked the CKB XB minus, you should try the CKB XB2. The fuck is B2, dude? Or B minus 2? Is it just a different?
That's the second isolate. So I have two B minuses or B negatives.
Okay. I try not to be. And then this is the one I'm real excited about, dude. I'm not giving all of these swabs away. ODPE XNSS.
Oh, yeah. That one needs a lot of work. All these are like F1 spores.
Yeah,
I haven't had a chance to do anything with them.
Because you're just relentlessly crossing the world. I know.
Dude, I'm so
what else
far
do we
behind. So far behind.
All right. If I remember correctly, the fruits on this one actually look pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that was a nice one too.
Yep, Nenex BHT. What is that? Boo
Banhua Tanon.
Yeah, I can't even say that.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, Choco Tat X Nat. That's a banger right there, dude.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Somebody call that Choco Nat.
Look at that. That's some Ed Bling right there. Straight from the mean streets of Bangkok, Thailand.
Yeah. A little bit outside of town.
Hand delivered to the post office on the back of his stereotypical Bangkok, Thailand motorcycle.
Oh, I almost die every time.
He had 3 women hanging off the back of it.
No, I wish. It's like old ladies and little kids around here.
Oh,
I don't live. All that shit you see on YouTube about Bangkok doesn't apply to me.
Yeah.
I live like 20 clicks outside of town and like.
You just got nothing but rice patties and.
Not quite that, but.
What cockfighting, right? Didn't you say there was like a bunch of cockfighting?
Well, my neighbors do have cocks. Yes.
Yeah.
They do. But that's not uncommon. Once you get to Southeast Asia, you see chickens in the city all over. It's like,
Yeah.
doesn't LA have peacocks and stuff roaming around? Like,
I was only there 16 years, but I think the only place I saw a peacock was a zoo. But they were roaming around the zoo.
I thought
They were free
somebody
range
told me
in the zoo.
California, they were the ghetto birds. Like,
I don't know.
I don't know.
There are ghetto birds, but that's what we call the helicopters.
Yeah.
We call the helicopters ghetto
There's
birds.
an Ice Cube song where it's called the ghetto bird, I think. But there's
yeah, man. So when I moved here, so
back.
we live literally in Silver Lake, which is like the like a little hippie mecca there. Anyway, it's like a few minutes north of Dodger Stadium, and so helicopters all the time. If you guys look up the LAPD's got like the largest fleet of helicopters of any police force in the country, maybe the world. You can drive by it and they have like 13 frickin' helicopters. They're in the air a lot and they're chasing a lot of people around, not just OJ.
Don't they like always have one in the air?
Oh, they always have multiple. I mean, they're all mostly in the air because you got the whole San Fernando Valley. Then you got, LA proper. Oh yeah, they're everywhere because they want to catch people. That's what they do.
Oh,
they just like to catch people.
I saw a video a couple weeks. It was like a 3-hour police chase. Well, the guy he was sitting in some beat up Isuzu truck, like huffing nitrous.
Is that like the thing now? Did that make a big comeback or something?
I feel like somewhere out in California. It was a slow news day, and it was just like some guy by himself. Every 5 minutes, he'd reach over and he had a big tank, and he just like Dennis Hopper in that Blue Velvet movie, like don't you fucking look at me, like that kind of thing. He was just, and this went on for 3 hours. And the news announcer, whatever, the police announcer was like, well, he's still, and they went into detail about the effects of nitrous and well, it makes you feel kind of dizzy, and this, it's just for 3 hours. It was the middle of the day. It hadn't hit rush hour. It was 2 p.m. It's they were just waiting for that rush hour, traffic or crash.
Wow. Dude, actually doing whippets in LA traffic might be a good move. Because that's kind of how, because you be cruising down the highway doing 70, and then all of a sudden everyone stops, your brakes, people get their brakes replaced in LA annually. The braking is so extreme. I cannot even tell you how many close calls I had out there. It's crazy.
Maybe this guy thought he was in traffic. He was just he ran into, those poles at the end of a dead end. He had run into them and had nowhere to go, and the cops had blocked him in, and they had a whole SWAT team there. And the SWAT team, they were just out back like they would have been smoking cigarettes if they knew there wasn't a they were just out there what are we gonna do? And this guy was 20 feet away, huffing nitrous. It's can't you get him? It's one guy huffing nitrous. At 2 p.m., there's 20 SWAT guys. It's what are you waiting for?
Now, so let me tell you this story. I think this was the very first year I moved out to LA. I was living in an apartment on Sunset Boulevard. I was working in Hollywood. I was young. I was having a good time. I'm sitting out in front of this girl's apartment. Her and I are just sitting on the curb talking, right? All of a sudden, one guy is just barreling down the sidewalk and jumps over my feet. And I jokingly lift my feet up to not really trip him, but kind of joke about tripping him. And then another guy a couple seconds later comes barreling down the sidewalk behind me. And so it's LA. So there is nothing as surprising in LA. Literally everything happens. Nothing surprises you. So no big deal. Swear to God, 1 minute later, cop everywhere. All of a sudden there's 40, I'm not over exaggerating, 40 cop cars everywhere in the vicinity. Long story short, those two guys had just robbed and then shot 2 people dead. And I had tried to jokingly trip the guy as he ran by me. I end up having to be called in to do ID him in a lineup. So I'm waiting to ID this guy, And I just remember the clothes he had on, so I was just going off the clothes. And then I'm waiting to do this, and then by the time it comes up, they already had like a total positive ID from somebody else in the store. So luckily I didn't have to ID a murderer, which I was like, maybe I don't want to do this. So yeah, man, LA is crazy, but the cops, they will come out of the woodwork. You can like look around and there's no cops, and then in a second there's just cops everywhere. They got the cop thing down in Los Angeles for sure. And then get the ghetto birds out, and you can run, but you can't hide.
Yeah, we used to I still watch those old cop shows,
Yeah.
try and pick up some tips if I ever get in a situation. Like, don't hide under like the trailer, like.
No.
This is so funny to me. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
like when they said they were gonna let go of the dog, you should have like surrendered.
Yeah.
Still lying, still lying.
Baron, I used to go watch movies in Inglewood. They had a cheap movie theater down there, and I'd always be the only white person down there watching movies. But yeah, Inglewood's different now than, I don't know, back when you lived there. But yeah, it's a whole different vibe there now. Someone else made a comment I wanted to pull up. Rodney was like, driving on nitrous is probably not a good idea. Rodney, I don't know if you've ever been to LA, but you don't do much actual driving in Los Angeles. You're just sitting a lot. Anyway, yes, Geeky is not endorsing doing whippets while driving your vehicle. Definitely don't do that.
Not even that whipped cream if you got something like,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
here they
Man,
just sell the whippets, like they sell them in big boxes now. Like at the
Wow.
bakery shop, you just walk in there and buy like a box of 10 for like $3 and they don't even blink. They're just like, yeah, there's the can. Like when you buy the
Wow.
whippet cartridges, they'll like
Yeah.
point you to the canisters because the canisters cost like $30 and they want you to buy the big canister thing, Like I just got a cracker and I don't really do them. I just got a cracker, whatever. But yeah, they want you to buy the $30 thing, and then they know you're gonna come back for
Right.
more whippets.
Yeah.
And they don't care. It's a bakery shop, but they're like, yeah, whatever. We make money. Give a shit.
Wow.
Do whatever. You're an 18-year-old kid. You're obviously not making like 40 gallons of whipped cream.
Right.
Why are you
Dude,
buying so many whippets?
that's
You're not
like,
buying cream, and you're not.
do you ever
you're not
think
buying
about how
cake supply.
scandalous gas stations and convenience stores are in general?
Oh,
Like all the shit that they sell there. Yeah.
Oh, well, I used to buy like mini thins, like
Yeah.
pseudoephedrine. What
Yeah.
was that? Butyl nitrate rush or whatever it was called.
All that
Something
shit,
like
dude.
that. Not rush. What was that shit called? You like huff it?
I don't
Butyl
know.
nitrate, I think. Poppers, they used to call them.
Poppers. Yeah.
Yeah, amyl nitrate or amyl nitrite or butyl nitrite or trait. I can't remember.
Yeah, man. It's like VHS cleaner, I think is what they used to advertise it
Yeah.
as. Yeah.
I just saw a bottle of that at the
Yeah.
stationery store yesterday. Yeah.
Those are all weird, exotic. I'm not into
like
any of that shit.
potpourri when they were selling all those like shit, what do they call it now? The cannabinoids that they put on like some herb.
There you
Spice.
go. It's amyl nitrate.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think they still
Spice.
sell
Yeah,
that.
people love spice over here. If you're on probation,
still a-
spice is the way to go.
That's still a thing. Gosh.
Yeah. I can't do it. That's like I said. You gotta grow your own drugs.
Dude,
Can't trust anything anymore.
I made the mistake like a week ago of taking 2 hits. So here's this white dude from Norway owns a dispensary, or his wife owns it, whatever. We were out at the place and like I took 2 hits off as like the roach end of a joint, and I was so blown out for like 4 hours. And I'd been drinking Coke all night, and I had to get up and piss, and I had to walk through like 150 dudes that are like a foot taller than me. It was like hell. This guy's got the 35% stuff. I'm like, what happened to good old Mexican brick weed? Like, why? Lao, here they get it off of like Lao or Burma. It's like, whatever happened to brick weed, man? I just want some normal weed. Why y'all got to do these dabs and stuff? It's like,
Right.
Does anybody smoke like normal weed anymore?
Dude, that's
It's like,
well, that's what I have to tell people at work, because I take care of people that they get hyperemesis cannabinoid syndrome. So basically, this was a thing that didn't really exist back in the day, because you had to break your shit up, you had to roll it up, right? Like you were dosed, right? Your joint, maybe even if you're hitting a big blunt or something like that. But compared to the concentrates now, right, it wasn't that much. So what's happening is people are about a third of the population is got a propensity to this. It's like linked to some gene, and basically you just start violently and aggressively, horribly vomiting, and it doesn't let up for days. And they come in, they think they're dying, and we work them up, and everything's negative. Scans are negative, labs are negative, and then we go back in the room and we say, hey, let's talk about your marijuana use. What do you mean?
Edibles or smoking stuff?
It's from edibles. It's from, doing dabs. Some people just can't cut it. Now, the worst, if it's a young person doing it, we just say, hey, they tell them they got to stop doing it. Then the doc leaves and I say, you're going to have to go back old school. You're going to have to actually smoke this shit like we used to do back in the day, son. You can't do it your fancy way anymore. I'm sorry, but this is how it is. And we have a couple frequent flyers that they won't stop. So I swear to God, about once a week or once every 2 weeks, they're in. And then what happens is they have so much pain. At some point in time, people, one of the physicians will prescribe them narcotic pain medication. It escalates until finally they get the old Dilaudid. And once they get Dilaudid, now we've galvanized the cyclical loop that they're in, which is they go home, they do what they've always been doing, and then when they don't feel good, they come in and they get the old D. So yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, that sounds like, I don't know if this is what's really happening here, but the people I know here who are from America, they're like this, the whole country. I don't know, everybody I talk to, I don't want to get into it too much, but the drug problem in the US, not our kinds of drugs, but it's like a big, big, big problem.
I just drove through West Virginia and I stopped off in Charleston, the capital, and wow. If I lived there, I would probably do heroin and I would do a lot of drugs. It's depressing. This is the problem. There's a lot of depressing places in rural America. There's a lot of poverty. I think they say more than 60% of the population in America is working poor. And then everybody's surprised that people are doing drugs. Well, they're everywhere. I mean, I just had a guy saying they're doing the Delta 8 all the time. Same thing. Getting hyperemesis.
In Kentucky, that's legal. I hear that once in a while. Oh, it's still strange to me that like weed is illegal in America. Like it's been like a year and a half here.
Yeah.
It's just
it's
like
strange to me that
place now.
I got a friend in jail for life in Michigan. His last charge was his first two charges were for cocaine, but his last charge was for a large amount of marijuana distribution, and he's now in prison for life. I can't imagine how mad if I was in jail or prison right now for weed, I would be just about as mad as if I was falsely accused and convicted of a murder I didn't commit. Which, by the way, they're finding out that's maybe 10 to 20% of people in prison they think maybe didn't actually do the shit. Just cops want to always get somebody for it. So they just, they got all sorts of tactics for that. But yeah, it's literally legal in states where there are also people currently doing time for it.
Yeah, I don't quite understand.
What the actual fuck is going on?
I don't know, but sometimes they're I mean, it's usually
of course if it's violent, sure, yeah, but no. My buddy, nope, nothing violent about what my dude.
Just cocaine and just weed. There was no.
The first two times it was just that was all he was ever charged for. The first two times, the last time him and his brother selling a lot of weed. That's it. This is a while ago, but yeah. I mean, there are definitely a lot. I mean, you can read this book called The New Jim Crow. It's all about a whole strategy to lock people up because build a prison, make money.
Oh, I'm well familiar with that.
Yeah, all that shit.
Read books to see that.
No,
the
I just sort of mention it if people are interested, but yeah. Anyway, we're in that phase of our U.S. history where a lot of that stuff is going to start shaking out, and hopefully we can get beyond all of it, because I don't know. The thing I keep telling people, I think I've said this before on here, there's nobody sitting around going, I can't wait until heroin is legal so I can give it a try. People do the drugs they want to do, regardless of legality. So, like, why are they all illegal?
What I'm confused by is I get comments from people that say like, "Don't you know this is illegal?" I'm like, "No fucking shit, I know it's illegal." What? Yeah, they're like, I don't understand. There's
Yeah,
this like
I don't care.
yeah, they think it's like I'm doing something bad because this is illegal. And I'm like, I obviously don't give a fuck. I mean, but they could come bust my door down and throw
Sure.
me in jail, but they're not gonna do that.
Right.
But even the people who probably do it, they still, I hate to say, but it goes back to this like Judeo-Christian guilt of
Right.
like, I'm guilty. Like, I feel guilt. I'm guilty of something. And it's like, I just don't understand it. Maybe I didn't grow
Right.
up that way.
I mean, look, man, in America, if I ride on the left side of the road, I can be arrested for reckless driving, right? But I can do the exact same thing in England, and
We
it's
drive on the
totally
left
fine.
side.
Yeah, you guys do it. Okay, I didn't know what side
No.
you guys drove on.
Yeah.
I've never been there. But you know what I mean? Like, there are some laws that are just obviously there for a reason, right? Like, no one has to really make a case for why murder is illegal. No one's got to make a case for why rape is illegal. Nobody's got to make a case for why, like, violent, aggressive assault and battery is illegal. But there are plenty of laws that I don't necessarily agree with. A lot of people don't agree with them. I don't lose any sleep about it whatsoever. Some people do, because like you said, however they've been brainwashed in their lives.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the probably here they've already put psilocybin in the research category, so it would be like the testing phases of the FDA when you're
Right.
in like I forgot all the names they use, but basically it's like a research. They're gonna do research in it. So one of these days, I'm gonna either get a knock on the door of from the police or from the head of the medical community in Thailand and be like,
Right.
"Hey, do you want to open up our new psilocybin research center?"
Yep.
And I'll be like, "Yep, yep,
Let's
yep,
do it.
yep," and then I'll be accepting applications.
Oh, you'll be top of the list. They'll be like, Ed, we know what you've been doing for years. We've just been waiting
Yeah,
for it to be
exactly.
legal for us to pluck
I don't.
you.
You can just look on my Facebook or my YouTube, and that's my resume there. Like,
Yeah.
it is. I sometimes I gotta think like, wow, yeah, I could probably go to prison for the rest of my life for this. But you know what? I could be dead tomorrow. So again,
Right.
sometimes it's a little bit funny that people are like, "Oh, I ordered spores from you. Are they gonna?" Like nobody gives a shit about you ordering spores. But I
Yeah.
remember because I used to be that 18-year-old kid, like, oh my
Right.
God, like my mom's gonna see this envelope. I mean, that's a different situation.
Right.
But if you're a grown man living by yourself, like you don't need to worry about ordering spores from the
Right.
internet.
Oh, some people still got that hardcore old school paranoia, dude. Oh my God. I can't tell you how many people.
Yeah.
And I'm dealing with it now. I'm having to make accommodations on the podcast for, anonymity and things like that. That's,
Yeah.
that's just it's cool. Everybody's got a different risk tolerance. Everybody's in a different situation. When I tell people, I say, hey, look, if you're growing for yourself, you're not selling, you're not transporting over state lines, you're not growing in bulk, you're growing for yourself, you're good. I mean, if you have a prior felony, I don't know if I'm specifically giving you that same advice. You got to decide that for yourself. It is a different, I know how the law is for felons. They don't like you and they're looking to put you back where you were. So, what are you going to do? Everybody's different. Everybody's got a different situation. They got to They got to decide for themselves. For me, if I got raided, I mean, look at my fucking hat. Look at that. I can show them the podcast in a court of law. I mean, am I the guy they're trying to lock up? Did I kill anybody's kid? No.
It's more like
I
you'd
like
be
to help people who have fucking problems. Like, you gonna put me in jail for that? Go for it.
Yeah, I was more
Not
worried.
worried.
People probably worry about work and their family
Yeah, of course.
because that's who's gonna judge them. I don't think anybody.
Again,
really
what
that worried about
people say that to me. Even our friends down the road, they're both doctors. Are like, "Aren't you worried? Aren't you worried? What if somebody from your hospital sees?" I'm like, if somebody from my hospital is watching my podcast, they're probably gonna go, "No shit," and then want to be my best friend.
Yeah,
I'm not worrying about
hopefully.
it.
Yeah, could be. Of course, there's always like the haters, the assholes out there. That's what
Yeah.
you gotta be. I mean, I hate to say our the people we run with, let's just say, people we've dealt with or whatever, and it's like it does breed a certain level of paranoia.
It does, yeah,
So
sure.
when somebody writes a comment on a video or something, you're like, wow, is this person gonna take it to that next level? Like if I delete their comment, are they gonna post it somewhere else? Are they I mean, some of these people
Yeah.
out here, they're kinda I hate to say there's some nut jobs out there, man.
Oh yeah.
They
Oh,
will
yeah.
they get obsessed. They're like the stalker kind of thing. Like he didn't reply to my comment or he deleted my comment. And then you're just thinking like, wow, is this the dude
Right.
I need to look over my shoulder for?
Yeah.
There's people out there like that. I know them
I already
personally.
got a couple of them. I know. I know. But you know what? I don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Show up. Let's see. Let's see how it all pans out, motherfucker. I don't give a shit. I don't live my life afraid of shit. I don't live my life, but this could happen, but that could happen. I don't fucking do any of that stuff.
Yeah, I could be dead. I could be dead tomorrow.
Oh, really? You go to watch movies in Inglewood? Aren't you afraid? No. Why the fuck should I be afraid? Like, what?
Like I don't really. My friends from California, he's always talking about Inglewood. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
I mean, there are places in South Central that you don't want to be at in the late hours, for sure.
No. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Hillbilly Herb just put it exactly right. Don't feed the trolls. Yep. Everything you fight, you make stronger. I just ignore these fucking people. Just ignore them all. Dude, you should have seen the shit I got when I first started doing this podcast. I got emails. You're a Fed, you're a Fed, you're a Fed. I got emails. I mean, threats. You can't do this, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I'm just like, I wish I gave a fuck what you thought. What are you gonna do?
Those are again the people you kind of feel sorry for them. It's like, wow, if you're that level of paranoia and I don't know. Some people think there's like people out to get them.
I mean, there are crazy people in the world.
Yeah,
it's just there's some people who are mentally unstable. Like they have pathologies of the mind that you can't. Yeah. What are you gonna do, dude? I took care of a guy once. I used to work at Harbor UCLA out in Los Angeles. I took care of some of the people that you saw getting chased by the cops and shootouts and stuff like. I mean, I took care of some gangsters. I took care of people in near lethal car crashes. A lot of people, a lot of gangbangers, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. These gangbangers, they get shot. They go to the OR. Some of the best trauma surgeons in the world worked at my hospital. They saved their lives, and then I was taking care of them. And they would come to. And that first night, second night, you'd go in to check on them, and they would be crying. I had one look at me, hold my hand. I'm talking about a fucking banger, gang banger. Shoots people, kills people, gangbanger. Crying, ask me if I can call his mommy for him. Like right? It's easy to go, shit's real in the field, son, blah, 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 blah. All the, shit they do. They're young, scared people they're in a horrible situation. They're just trying to survive, and this is what they think they got to do. And then they wake up and they're like, holy fuck, this motherfucker tried to kill me. And when I get out of this hospital bed and go home, they're still going to be out there trying to kill me. And they're fucking scared to death.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, Menace to Society was like the movie I saw at a pivotal age where I was like, God damn, like things are like way more fucked up than I think they are.
You don't got a choice. Join them or get chewed up. Yep. What are you going to do?
Start teaching them how to grow mushrooms.
Nobody in America cares, right? It's pro-life. Don't kill babies. But we don't give a fuck what happens to them once they're born. You hear any of these people adopting kids all the time? Not too many of them. There are a few of them out there that really, you know, put their money where their mouth is. But
I hate
a lot of
to say
virtue
it,
signaling.
Dude, this is why I don't live in America. I don't want to sound all
I mean, but Bangkok, Thailand isn't perfect either. But I understand what you're saying.
Oh, I'm not saying it is. No, you don't understand what I'm saying. See, again, you assumed you know what I'm saying.
Okay, no, what are you saying?
I don't live in America because I don't turn on the TV and listen to this 24/7.
Right.
That 3 minutes you just told me is more than I've heard in the past 2 years about living in America. Because when I meet Americans, we don't talk about it because they don't live in America. So we don't talk about it. And I choose not to watch the news. I'm not saying I don't live in Bangkok for one. And I also don't think Bangkok is any better. But being that the local language is a language that I'm not very familiar with and I don't watch the local news, I don't have to deal with abortion rights in Bangkok.
Right.
And I don't have to deal with abortion rights in America. So therefore it's completely out. Like I have not thought about abortion for 6 months.
I never thought about that as a strategy of like, how do you turn the news off? Go to a country you don't speak the language and you never have to listen to any news. I love it.
Oh, that's exactly why people live outside the country. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah. No, if you start talking about that stuff with most people here, they'll be like, I don't give a fuck. And then you'll say again, like if it's somebody like a British person will frequently meet an American. And because of the two countries, they want to talk about Trump. They want to talk about Biden. And you usually have to tell them 3 to 4 times, dude, I've lived here for 20 years. I do not care about American politics. Right. And then you try to talk about football and distract it, and they'll still come back to politics. But those are travelers. If you meet a true expat that lives here, there's a reason why they live here.
Right.
And it's to avoid these conversations.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really give a shit about, like, American abortion rights. They do not affect me. I'm sorry if that makes me, like, apathetic.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're a survivor of the womb, Ed. You made it out of the womb. Yeah, it's a null point at this
I didn't ask to be born.
Yes. Hey, dude, I didn't do this before. So I just want to do this real quick.
Somebody said to me the other day.
Check it out, guys. That's the old NAMA shirt right there.
Is that like
frogs with mushrooms on their back?
Is that like a black light shirt? It looks kind of like
I think. Let's see. Does it work with the black light? Oh yeah.
Oh, it does. Oh, okay. I was just guessing from the color of the paint. Oh, cool.
Oh yeah. It's kind of.
I'm an alien, dude. I got UV vision. Like
you could just tell.
Like a butterfly.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm also gonna. I was gonna do this in the beginning. Totally forgot. So check it out. So Printful, they used to have a 6-color maximum on threads. So my old gray hat that I always wear, the where am I at? The blue and the purple on that hat are actually just purple and purple. Oh well, we lost focus there. Anyway, they just updated where they have for a little more, couple more bucks, you can get the regular. So I got the new hats. They look real nice. These are still way more affordable than this one that I got one left. I'm selling them for 75 bucks and you probably think I'm making a killing on them, but they cost me just shy of 50 bucks to have made by this company called Queensboro. I think Queensboro. And then by the time they ship it to me and I ship it to you, I'm making like $7 a hat at 75 bucks. That's why I really am not into these hats anymore. I'm trying to sell the Printful hats. You know, this is still a nice hat. I get it. This is a cooler hat, but you're paying literally almost 3 times the money. So that hat's cool. I also got this hat. I just did a black hat with the little white logo. That's, you know, I've been told some people don't like the rainbow. The rainbow, you know, maybe stands for something they don't want to be associated with. To which I say, dude, if you're sitting around worrying about whether somebody thinks your hat is some sort of like gay thing and you actually are worried about that, worry about something else. I mean,
the rainbow.
Worry about something else. No, dude, I'm telling you, there are people who won't buy the hat for that reason.
No, that's funny because I sit with like lady boys and like drink. They drink, I drink,
right.
like every night. Again, something I don't think about. I see like lady.
Yeah.
They're not as ubiquitous as you think, but it's not a thing people worry about here.
Right.
Like, but yeah, you're that's funny.
All right, Nerd Nature just said Ed needs a 𝐥𝐤𝐤 trucker hat. 100%, dude.
Yeah.
I think he does. He probably won't make them. I might have to make them for him, and then I'll send him the money.
See, it's the logistics thing here with the producer and stuff. Like, unless you're making like 1,000 of them, it's not the same. Like, you guys can, they'll do them like a one-off or whatever there, right? Like here in Asia, you'd have to order like 500 of them or something like that.
Check it out, guys. We got the new black and white geeky. Not everything's black and white, but that t-shirt is. Anyway, there's my little plug for some merch. I had a fan of the show.
I want the gay one.
He's I mean, dude, everybody likes the logo, but I guess a few people don't want to put it on a hat and wear it around at work, but whatever. I got a bunch of guys in my Discord who work construction jobs and they rock this hat, so you know what? Nobody's giving anybody a hard time. I think that's probably, again, goes into the whole things people worry about that they probably don't need to worry about. But what are you going to do? But yeah, one of my viewers, he is a big shot graphic artist. And he said, hey, I you know, let me tweak your logo a little bit. He's like, I think I can get the embroidery to work out a little bit better. So he just played with the weights of some of the lines and it looks nice. It looks good. I think that might be why this hat costs so much, because they pay to make sure their embroidery looks good and all that kind of stuff. They pay some guy. Anyway, so yeah. Ed hangs out with ladyboys. Nobody cares. People don't want to buy my hats because they're gay. I mean, right? This is...
Dude, just people, like 2 nights ago, I turned down getting my dick sucked. There's like a gay dude I was hanging out with. He's like, you know, I really like sucking dick. I'm like, nah, not tonight. Like, I don't know, man. Catch me next Friday, maybe.
See, Ed, you didn't realize you are the level of which you are obsessed with this stuff and the mushrooms. Other people have other hobbies.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a hobby.
Well, this guy, he was like really proud about how well he sucked dick. I was like,
clearly.
I kind of want to know. Like, I'm curious now.
I mean, he led with a strong suit, I guess.
It's only gay if you suck at them.
I mean...
dude, I got stories I don't even tell anymore.
I mean,
like,
I'm
because
sure
most Americans would they'd be just like horrified. You hear stories sometimes here that you're just like, wow. Oh wait, I was there. It's like, oh yeah, things happen here that you wouldn't tell to your American friends.
I bet.
One of those,
Bangkok
Vegas,
is notorious for that, right? Like Bangkok is the city that makes Vegas look like
it's
tame, right? Yeah.
It's like way cheaper to do like things that would cost $500 in Vegas. You can do here for 50.
All right. Well,
so
now we know why Ed moved to Bangkok, guys.
No, it's kind of funny though, because that's the assumption people meet. Like American, I have a problem with like white women here. As soon as they meet me, they're immediately like, "Oh, I'm a passport bro now." Have you heard this one?
What's that?
I guess it just came out like last week. I saw some Instagram about it. A passport bro. These like dudes who are just basically fed up with American women, and they're coming to Asia to like, it's like the reverse mail order bride.
Oh, but dude, you went to U of M. That shit was.
Oh,
there's nothing new about that.
I'll let you look it up, dude. It's like a big thing like now.
Is it Passport Bros?
Yes, just look it up and you'll be inundated by like angry Western women who are basically, it's mostly black dudes who are coming to Asia, and they're like basically fed up with American women.
Oh, it says here, it refers to a breed of man from US and UK who roam countries in South America, Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe in search of, quote, traditional women.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's pretty much it. And there's obviously a large group of women that aren't too happy about that. But they're going about it by attacking Asian women. They're like, oh yeah, you just want a stupid, uneducated, poor, like Asian woman, kind of like assuming that all Asian women are stupid and
I
ignorant
mean,
and
aren't
like
Asian
don't.
people like classically smarter than the average American anyway? But
According to these
anyway,
women making these videos, it's like, no, every man comes here to get a submissive, ignorant, uneducated girl that doesn't speak English.
they've obviously never dated an Asian girl.
I know, this is what's so, yes, okay, so anybody who says like Asian women are submissive, they're a fucking they've never ever dated an Asian woman, clearly.
Ed,
I don't know where this stereotype comes from.
Okay, I'm gonna just pull a couple of these off. Thanks for the offer, though. Not tonight. All right.
No,
that needs to be that needs to be your new hat. The hat needs to just say "not tonight."
Oh, well,
can you imagine going to the bar wearing a hat that just said "not tonight"?
Oh, well, some nights, I'm still a pretty decent looking guy. I gotta beat him off. There's one though that is actual lady. That was just a straight up gay dude. There's a couple lady boys that have the full ensemble of surgeries and I haven't gone there yet, but maybe someday.
Well, over there you always have the option, Ed. It's a readily available option for sure.
No, I fuck girls in the ass. What's the difference? But
that's the logic. You use yourself late at night in a desperate situation, Ed.
Exactly.
Yeah. One of
they're very fine lines,
So the guy that's now in prison for life, he's a short guy. His street name was actually Baby Boy. Anyway, but he was a tough dude. He was about as jacked as you could be and be a pretty small man. Anyway, I wrestled with him a couple times. He's tough. And so one day I'm joking with him and I'm just like, so Mark, like, prison, man. He did a two-year stint, then he did a 3-year stint. And so I just make the joke. I'm just like, yeah, man, like, be honest. How long did it take? And he got real serious, and I'm like, oh fuck, I was just making fun of this guy, like I was just teasing it, and I thought I was about to get a real sad story or something. And he goes, nah, bro. He goes, never me. I go, all right, but how long would you have had to be in before you changed your mind? And he goes, probably 2 more years. Anyway, he said, yeah, he goes, oh, trust me. He goes, there were guys that went in straight and made some life changes.
Yeah, well, when you're around people that have been to prison, you can immediately see that you have this camaraderie, and it's not just because they were in prison together, because shit happens in there that you just don't talk about, but they know what happens in there.
There you go.
Dude, some of the Latin guys I've been around, they say they've openly admitted to having, it's the same here.
Sure.
Guys frequently have sex with other guys before women. It's like practice.
Oh, like all boys school type stuff. Yeah,
it's not a big deal for some reason. Again, Americans have this big deal about it, like like same sex or whatever, same gender sex or whatever is like pretty accepted in most countries.
Yeah,
like it
guys, I just want to point out for the sake of the podcast that we went from serious heated phylogenetic taxonomic arguments to whatever the fuck we're at right now.
after the third hour, it
I
just
don't
goes down.
even know. Usually it takes us 4 or 5 hours to get to this point. It escalated or de-escalated or devolved very rapidly.
It was late for you,
That's
and
all good.
I gotta pee like a racehorse.
Oh.
I was getting kind of.
Yeah, I just started wearing Depends for the show.
I was
It's all
thinking
good.
about
I
that.
peed 3
diaper.
times. Yeah.
My
Right.
diaper tech, this guy, I don't know, the diaper tech. I'm like, yeah, maybe
Yep.
I should just do that, like wear diapers. Like I buy the incontinent pads already.
You already
It's-
got them, Ed.
Well, you
already
buy
got 'em.
them at the store, and it's like they're probably wondering. I go to this pharmacy and I walk out with like 4 packaged incontinence pads, a bunch of hypodermic needles, and a
Right.
bunch of swabs. They must be like, what is this guy doing? Like charcoal pills and just like random shit, like 10 ml syringes. And they're probably just like, what is this guy doing? They don't
Yeah.
care. Here, they don't care. If you're a foreigner here, they just look at you like, oh yeah, some other weird foreign shit,
Right.
making Frankenstein or doing meth or who cares? He's buying stuff. That's all they care about.
That's California, man. Nobody gets a second look. I mean, unless you're attracted to them. But like, if you're weird, no one cares. Go to Venice Beach. People are trying to be weird. It doesn't work. It does not work. Yeah. Yeah, I would just like to point out that I was around some other PhD mycologists this past weekend, and we were not having the same conversations. I can assure you of that.
They all keep that. No, that you should have talked to the Moss girls.
I thought you said it was the Fern Girls.
Oh, the Fern girl. I think it started as
Moss?
the Moss girls and,
Oh,
and
okay.
evolved into Ferns, but it's originally the Moss girls.
Ah.
I don't think there's many Fern girls, although that is a common name, but it's the Bryophyte girls. What do they call? They call all the cryptogams or whatever. They got like a bigger word
don't
for
know.
them. Pteridophytes are the Fern people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
it's the but
I'm
there's
just
only
I'm
like
just impressed with
6
myself that I know the study of mushrooms and fungi is called mycology. I do not know what the study of ferns is called. That's way too
Yes,
specific for me.
Yeah, the bryology, phycology. There's all these like algae. We study
Yeah.
algae, phycologist.
All right, Rodney told me to get a catheter. I will tell you this, Rodney.
Oh, yeah.
I was told a story about one doctor I was friends with for a brief period of time. Told me that his one of the surgical I don't know
Procedures.
buddies of his, some guy would literally insert a Foley on long cases. Like because think about it, man. If you gotta go pee, you gotta touch your junk when you pee. You gotta re-scrub in. So they get real good at holding it.
Yeah, some of those surgeries, like 6, 7, 8 hours surgery, must be.
Man, I remember seeing. So I saw quite a few
yourself.
surgical procedures during my OR rotation, but only one day did I get to see open heart surgery. And so I watched the end of one cabbage and the beginning of another, and that's coronary. That's where they are actually replacing your coronary arteries with, other veins and arteries they're getting from other places. And so I watched this guy do 4 hours, just shy. I came in, he was in the middle of the case. I watched the last 4 hours of that one, and then I watch him like take a brief nap just right at the nurse's station, just like take a little 20-minute nap. They of course had to wake him up, like, we're ready, wake up. He finally wakes up. He goes to the bathroom for 10 minutes. They got to knock on the door. Did you fall in? What's going on? We got to get this case going. Then he does another one. So he does 2 cabbages in a row. So that's 16 hours plus about 45 minutes in between. I want to be the first guy. If I got to get that procedure, I want to be the first guy. I do not want to be his last one after he's already worked for, it's too long. They do that in general. I mean, I honestly think 12-hour days, 12-hour shifts for nurses is too long. They don't make our docs work that long. They work 9 or 10-hour shifts, about 10 in total if you add up when they actually got to get there. And then everybody else, like the least important people, like, or as far as not least important, but they have less legal and medical responsibility, like lab techs, housekeeping services. Those people only work the 8-hour shifts. And I'm like, don't you want it the opposite? Don't you want the people that have the greatest likelihood of fucking something up to be the most well rested? Nope, they do it the complete opposite. And then I watched somebody, I think he did 4 or 5 C-sections that day. He was about ready to go home, and then they get another one show up that's going to need to have a C-section. And instead of just like calling somebody else in, they like begged him to stay, and so he stayed. They're doing this all the time, and like I want to know who's doing my surgery, and I want to know how long it's been since they've taken a fucking nap.
Well, those
we don't get to know that.
They're just like businesses too at the end of the day.
100%.
Right? If they can
100%.
get another C-section out of that guy and charge $50,000 for
Yep.
it,
Yep.
that just they got like a free one
Yep.
that day.
Yep. All right. I just looked at the clock for the first time. I didn't realize it was almost 1 a.m. over here. And for you, it's 1 p.m.
Yeah, it's not. We were back at, or you guys.
Oh,
you're
back. So now you're
it's
about
almost
noon.
yeah. It's
Okay.
just about noon here.
Yeah.
I gotta go pour agar plates. Agar plates.
You gotta pour the agar
plates. Agar
Cool.
plates.
We gotta get a shirt that just says agar.
Oh yeah,
agar.
I get a mushroom shirt too.
Ooh, nice. That's exactly the mushroom shirt I would expect you to be wearing, Ed. The exact one.
As I'm getting my dick sucked by a ladyboy in the bathroom later.
Oh my
but
God.
Third hour, I can swear, right?
You're supposed to wait another 14 minutes, but that's okay. Speaking of mushroom shirts, the socials. Every night they had a social at NAMA, and I didn't know that it was an unwritten rule that I had to come with my strongest mushroom clothing game.
Oh yeah.
There were mushroom prints I have never seen or conceived of in my life. I don't know where they got these from. I don't know if they had them custom painted in Malaysia, but there was some impressive, I mean, if there, for no other reason, if you consider going to a NAMA Foray, it would be to go to the parties in the evening and just see a room full of people wearing mushroom shirts. It was amazing.
Or even the club events, like the club like in the Michigan. I don't know how active they are anymore, but if your state's got a mushroom club, like on NAMA, if you go to the website, it'll have the clubs listed by state. And I don't know, it seems like I don't know how active they are anymore, but before we had the internet and Facebook, everybody went to like meet real people.
Right.
And like you'd go to hunt mushrooms on the weekend, and yeah, lots of booze, lots of food.
Yeah.
When I was like 28 going there with my girlfriend, all these people, they'd rock up just food and everything because they looked at us like their grandkids, and it's just like, it's crazy, man. Just getting blitzed on at 12 o'clock on Saturday. You're like, wait, I gotta drive an hour home, but it's okay. It's 4 p.m. Nobody, cops out now.
That's the that's the pro tip people don't know about.
Yeah, exactly.
You just gotta time it. My dad used to say, just whatever you do, get home before 2 a.m. because I guess he read one time some data that basically said essentially everybody after 2 a.m. that's not driving a semi-truck is probably inebriated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's an easy one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Stay home.
So, guys, the moral of the story is NAMA's pretty cool. You got to decide if you're actually interested in mycology or if you just like growing shrooms. I definitely like it all. I probably like mushrooms before I like magic mushrooms. But not everybody does, and that's fine. A lot of podcasts will be talking about growing and cultivating cubes. Sometimes we'll be talking about spiritual stuff. Sometimes we'll be talking about science stuff. We're going to try to talk about all of it. I don't know how often I'm going to be talking about culinary aspects of mushrooms, but that's a thing too. Anyway, we're going to have some interesting guests coming up here in the next couple months. We're going to have people who are using fungus to make art. We're going to talk about extractions. We're going to talk about all sorts of interesting things. Should be a good time next couple months. Definitely hoping in the fall and winter here, I'm going to try to do some more educational content. Just some more like short form educational content, just to give people stuff to think about. And like Ed's saying, just different entry points to get people to take the next step. Easy to say, I love mushrooms, harder to actually be about that loving mushrooms life. So we're going to try to do a little bit more of that stuff. Anyway, I want to shout out Alan Rockefeller. I'm telling you guys, the whole frickin' weekend that guy was helping people out, answering questions. I watched this guy just getting hounded constantly. He was running night forays. He was putting in the work. He is definitely making himself available for people. Mandy Quirk put on an amazing event. Shout out to Mandy. She did a great job. And then got to see a bunch of other people just working tirelessly to both make the event happen and to, do the whole foray thing of gathering species, biodiversity survey, all that kind of stuff. It was really cool to see just how many people really care about mushrooms. I'm going to tell you right now, the most casual mushroom person could compete with any one of us regular old, cube growers as far as just general interest. If you want to go hang out with a bunch of people that truly, truly love mushrooms and they do it for the love of the mushrooms and not just what monetary gain can be had, definitely consider doing a NAMA Foray. It was pretty fun. Anyway, and Ed, it's a pleasure as always. We hit all the important things. We had a couple tense moments. Wouldn't be a hangout if we didn't have them. We talked about ladyboys. We talked about criminal activity. I mean, we ran the gamut for sure.
No.
We were a little thin on science tonight, like molecular biology. We'll hit all the weak points the next time. Anyway, everybody, I really appreciate you sticking around until almost 1 a.m. And for all you people who watch it after the fact, and who watch it in piecemeal, then good for you. You got through it. I really appreciate it. And now we're going to let Ed go pee, and we're going to let Geeky go to sleep.
I just peed down my pants.
The thing is,
that's the strategy you use in prison, If
Oh, wow.
That I picked up some tips, if
If
that guy's coming and
Wow. That is
what happens.
I think that for me
prison.
might happen naturally. I don't even know if it has to be a strategy.
That's after like the third or fourth time.
Yeah, that might be the case anyway.
See, now I'm gonna have to go do something like that because I'm just talking shit. But I need to follow up on some of these threats. I'm curious.
All right. Well, Ed's been live streaming lately, guys.
Okay, let's do an online poll. If I'm gonna get sucked off, who am I? Normal gay Filipino who was married and had 2 kids, or Thai ladyboy who has boobs?
Whatever makes you the most triggered, Ed, is the one I'm going for.
Maybe both. Hey!
I think if
it'll be a double header.
There you go. Wow, you've waited all night to make that joke.
It's my first threesome with 2 other dudes. Had it with 2 girls, but now it's gonna be 2 dudes.
All right, you guys, quality content. Exactly the kind of stuff you expect from Ed Grand, PhD.
No, professional mycology
Professor
in
Ed.
action.
Yep. This is good. You're normalizing and humanizing PhDs. This is exactly what needs to happen.
Good.
I hope this works out because I'll never get a job in academia again.
Well,
You're
Ed,
wrong.
as long as you don't do what I do, which is like just bombastically name species that I haven't microscopically investigated or run definitive IDs on, you'll be okay.
I used to do the same thing, man.
And don't just like
I know. I
don't
used
just
to do
like
the same
hand out
thing.
holotypes like buy one get one free sales. As long as you're not doing that, it's all good.
You should do like a Mission Impossible thing and go like steal the holotypes. Do 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 do.
Now
They're all in like Marlboro red cigarette
that is a
boxes.
Fox Searchlight movie right there. That is like
Yeah.
independent movie.
Some super nerdy stuff.
Yeah.
Get a bunch of phylogeneticists to go rob or bury it.
I feel like
Maybe they're not gonna buy that storyline.
I feel like Patrick Bateman would be in that movie. Or Justin Bateman. Sorry, Patrick Bateman is the guy from American Psycho.
I doubt
That's
they
what I
have
meant.
high security. So you'd probably have to like pick one of those like wafer locks on like a filing cabinet.
Right.
No,
somebody
like,
somebody just said
Oh.
50 years from now they'll still be pulling out the old Ladyboy podcast.
Yeah.
And that just made me think 50 years from now somebody will be like, who are you talking about? Oh, is that those guys that used to talk about ladyboys?
It's fairly normal here. I know a guy who does that exclusively. He's like he's a normal straight guy, but that's what he likes. You'd be surprised here, man. Dudes, they switch pretty quick, just like prison.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they switch pretty quick, man. Like you'd be surprised. It's like, wow. Dude's
Like I
talking
said,
about
at this point in my life, nothing surprises me.
It shouldn't. It's like everything's out there. Is like it's wide open now, man.
Yeah.
Do whatever the hell you want.
I'm just trying to both keep up with all the crazy shit Ed's saying and then reading the jokes that are rolling in the live chat.
I purposely left the chat off because I didn't want to get it's so hard when I'm doing the live streams, reading the chat and like responding to questions. Oh my gosh.
I find it's a good strategy for me to keep my mouth shut and let the guests talk more. So yeah, it's been good. Man, I tell you what, doing the pre-recorded podcasts, it's made me appreciate shutting my mouth more. Like ask a question, and I used to do the and that just like fucks up the editing pretty hardcore. So I'm just learning as someone with ADHD who has no problems running his mouth. Yeah, it's been a reality check for me. So anyway, I'm getting better at it slowly but surely. You can teach an old dog new tricks. Anyway,
that editing, I can't be bothered. It must take hours and hours and hours.
It can. Yeah, and I'm lucky because I get to use this multi-track editor where once you get all the footage lined up, then you're just basically pressing buttons. But the problem is like you gotta fuck with the audio, and yeah, it's like the Rachel Harris podcast literally took me an entire week to edit. It was a lot of work. So yeah, and Michael Mamas just pointed out if you pre-recorded this, you would have had to edit out 70%.
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking.
Exactly.
Like, oh shit, this isn't pre-recorded. That's all right, man.
Yep. So we're gonna leave on that note.
So this might be the last time y'all see me.
No.
I'm gonna be sucking dick in a high prison later after.
I mean, I think we already know how quickly Ed's going to make that decision.
I know, yeah. I shaved earlier this morning, so maybe I look pretty enough.
Is that another strategy? You pee yourself and then you grow a big beard? Is that the way you make yourself unappealing in prison?
It'd be easier to clean out of my beard if I'm shaved shorter.
No one in prison has beards, do they?
A lot of demand.
Not a lot. I wonder why that is. I don't know why. Anyway,
keep the dried stuff out of their beard.
Somebody just said I saw Hamilton Morris smoking Amanita. Yeah, man. I don't know if you went to MycoFest, but I'm pretty sure you could have watched him smoke quite a few things there. Anyway, guys, get into mycology, right? Like we throw that word around a lot, but it's the study of fungus. So, if all you're doing is growing cubes, that's cool. You're a cultivator, right? I'm here for cultivators. My mission statement is centered around cultivation of mushrooms, for sure. But you can't just be talking about growing mushrooms in the context of all the other stuff we're doing. At some point in time, you've heard Paul Stamets talk. Your interest broadens, right? This is just a really natural thing that's going on. Yeah. So now Michael Mamas just said, I don't know why we don't have more women listening to the podcast. Michael Mamas, they were never listening. Even before I even knew Ed, I would look at my analytics and it would be like 1 or 0.2% what was women. I don't know if Ed in my tranny boy talk is doing anything. It's probably not helping though, sure. But again, most people, dude, between you and me, most people watch a half hour and then they turn it off. A lot of people come back and finish it, but yeah, most people are not watching the entire thing unless they're like doing lab work or something like that. That's all right. It's all good.
Yeah, that's what people like the long for. They're just like
I think
doing
so.
their
Yeah.
daily chores or making substrate or something like
Or
that.
I get a lot of people. I had somebody when I stopped doing the lives and I started doing pre-recordeds, and for a while they were shorter. I had a couple people go like, yo, I'm a truck driver, or I drive a lot for work, and I'm really pissed off that you're making your podcast short now because now I can't get to my destination.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that is not my problem, but I hear you.
I understand that because, yeah, sometimes you just want to listen. You'd rather listen to mushroom stuff. It doesn't matter really what it is, just something about mushrooms. And it's like,
exactly. Or just people who love mushrooms talking not about mushrooms apparently is also okay.
We're talking about sucking dick.
That's where
penis
we go.
envy, the story of penis envy and Hamilton Morris. And
there you go. I don't know how we got there, but we did, guys. All right. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. I had no time to prepare this, and I think that's abundantly clear. But I hope you guys had a good time. Just Ed and I shooting the shit, talking about NAMA, talking about why that organization is very impressive and worth being a part of if you're, if your love of mushrooms goes beyond just one species. Because there's a couple more. And you can devote the next 50 years of your life to it, and you probably still won't even learn about 10% of them.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Never going to know everything about mushrooms.
Ever. Yeah. Maybe that's why a lot of people don't go further. Is it's just so unbelievably intimidating.
Yeah, don't be that's it. Don't be intimidated. Yeah. Just start. You'll find your little niche and just run with it. It is intimidating though. I still don't know shit. It's the same thing the Dunning-Kruger. The more I get educated, the more I realize I don't know shit about mushrooms.
Yeah.
There you go. Somebody make a meme about that. I don't know shit about mushrooms.
There it is, guys. Oh yeah, those people.
Yeah.
I can't wait for those people to.
They're back at it again.
Lose interest. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's all good. I know why it bugs them so much, so it's all good.
Yeah, that's the
doesn't
fact that
bother me in the
least.
The
fact that it bugs them is what makes me happy.
Yeah.
You have to take certain joy in the fact that you irritate the shit out of other people.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm doing something right. You fucking hate me. I'm doing something right.
Right. They're the litmus test. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. No need to worry about those people.
What is it, the saying? You can please everybody some of the time, some of the people all the time, but you can't please everybody all the time. There you go.
Yeah.
But don't.
It's always gonna be like that.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we did it. I don't think I was specifically trying to hit 4 hours, but we did it. And on that note, hope everybody has a good week. Geeky's got to get some more content together and figure out which of the handful of people who have committed to being on the podcast is actually going to show up. I have definitely recently had trouble getting, easy for people to say yes, hard for people to actually show up and put their money where their mouth is. So yeah, that's been it's been an ongoing struggle. Anyway, until next week, I'd love to tell you who's going to be on next week, but I have no idea. But until then, I hope you guys grow some mushrooms, enjoy some mushrooms, maybe even learn about something about mushrooms you didn't know about before. Just earn that mycology term.
Or prison. You learn something about prison.
Or, yep, make some life choices like Ed might or might not make later today or tonight. All right, guys. Until next week.
See you guys. Oh.